Abby, can you hear us?
Good morning, I can hear you.
Okay, good morning, Abby. I'm going to call today's meeting to order. Jen, will you do roll call, please?
Mike Dolson, Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley, here, Jim Molitaire, Carol Langford, Danielle Matt, Bing Matt, James Steele Jr.,
Oh, yeah.
Martin Charlo, Len Tuteeth.
I'm up, Jen. As always, we'll start out with a prayer. And Jimmy, would you mind leading us in a prayer?
I'm on grandfather. Grandfather, today we ask you to be with us as we deal with the issues of this job and issues that our membership faces. Ask you to be with our elders and our children. Watch over them. Watch over people that are traveling on these roads, kind of icy in certain places. Just be with them and hope that they are very careful. I ask this prayer in your name. Amen.
I'm up, Jimmy. Keep her helping to start us out in a good way. First order of business is our February 6th council minutes for your review. One thing, Abby, we could put for Mike, I think Mike is doing the negotiated rulemaking in Washington, D.C. is why he's absent this week.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I sent Abby a change that I made towards the end of the minutes. I had a big comment in there. I just had her take it out for now. And I'd make a motion to approve the February 6th, 2024 minutes with corrections.
Motion by James to approve the February 6th council minutes with corrections.
Mr. Chair, I have a correction. It says that I suggest having a rate per race, and it was an annual minimum was the suggestion. If that could be changed, please.
That's correct. I recall that. Thank you, Danielle. Any other?
What page was that?
It was, we're talking about the raceway.
Oh, page 3 at the bottom. Okay.
Any other corrections? If not, Jimmy has a second. Oh, you're abstaining. Oh, Jimmy's abstaining. Sorry. Jennifer, seconds. Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 6-4, 1 abstention, Jimmy. We have our agenda for us. I have one item that I brought up before on trying to get someone to attend an opportunity for some energy funding. So I can bring that up real quickly. Is there any other items for the agenda?
If we have time in executive, a couple things maybe. And Jennifer Trahan mentioned that Martin is at the, what is it, Western Montana Conservation. Yeah, he's up at that today.
Yeah. He was there yesterday too. It started yesterday afternoon. Any other items for council?
I have, I think, one thing, but it may be executive, maybe some direction.
Ready? And then we have some walk-ins. One walk-in, Jesse? Okay. Okay. Well, I'd entertain approval of today's agenda with the additions. Motion by Bing, second by Jennifer. All those in favor? Unanimous? Okay, well, just, real quickly, because I need to do this one right now, because we have to appoint someone by the end of, real quickly, so. When I brought up when Zach and Teresa were in on Monday, I think it was, there's this energy conference going on, Department of Energy is putting it on clean energy. And, I wanted to make sure that we had representatives there, after the information I saw that was presented last week at AT&I, and Brian Lipscomb's going to go, and I was encouraging MVP to participate. We do now have some funding to pay for one person to go. So that would cover the funding for someone from MVP to go. So I was hoping Zach, I gave the card to Zach or someone from his staff or someone from the board. I would just like to have council concurrence with that. If there's other people that want to go, we could probably wrestle up some money for that. I wanted to make sure our two components, really important for MVP is that portable transformer. And it looks like there's funding for that. And so as I think about the areas in jeopardy, the West Shore substation, I really think there's an opportunity for some creative funding scheme or financing of that portable transformer. That's why I was really encouraging Mission Valley Power to try to go. It's in Temecula, California, down San Diego area. Just 2 days, February 27th and 28th. It's at their tribal casino resort thing they're hosting it. If that's concurrence of council, try to get. If not, then I would like to order actually Rick to go, but he doesn't really want to go. He's kind of like me, but I think it would really be up his alley for Rick, and he'll go if we don't get someone from Mission Valley Power to go. So, yeah. MVP does make more sense to me, and then Rick would be the second position for administrator. Yeah. The council concur with that? Okay. There's plenty of time if there's other council members want to go or something. There's some other stuff there. Okay. That was it. And then we'll quickly just go to Jesse. Don't want to hold you up, Jesse. Good to see you, man. Fellow Pavlonian. I got one complaint, Jess, about your mom. She's winning too much. She is one lucky lady, I tell you. She's so wonderful. I just love your mom. Yeah. Okay, what can we do for you, Jess?
I just
There's
had
a button.
تلملم بسيان لملم شقيت لقيت والسقلي وله نتيت أنت لويس كويست قلت أوبن لتسقسي وتاسقس لتش أوبن بن نتواسقت قس كويت ميستي بوتيكي لقيت لويسقل باليو أقب سمكنت نيمي بو يك إن بله جنيل أكل عايت جست بس تتمل دمدمش I don't know if you guys know me. My name is Jesse Neneme. I know most everybody, but I'm here today on a concern about what I seen in the paper. The college under Virgil Tapui is planning on applying herbicide to Flathead Lake, the bed. And I'm really concerned about that because of our bull trout. They're a threatened, endangered species. And our native trouts and our native whitefish and all our fish in the lake. I just don't agree with it because of DDT and all the chemicals already in our fish. We can eat our fish once a month. I heard. And after this application, is it once a year we can eat the fish? And we still got tribal members that are fishing on the lake and that need a clean source of food. And this is and the fish and the animals are the first that get the contaminants from us, the humans. Everything's connected. there's a native consciousness that is alive on our land with the native people here. We don't want to throw poisons out on our land, our water. We hold those things sacred. You cannot separate creation from its creator. So I'm really concerned about that. Hopefully you guys can put a stop to it. Because I just don't agree with the bull trout. I mean, we're doing the fishing derbies so we can reduce the non-native fish. But that's for the bull trout, for the cutthroat trout, for our mountain whitefish that we've always harvested throughout time, and we might need those again someday. I don't know if we're gonna get rid of the lake trout. I mean, they're just they're gonna be here. And this flowering rush, it's called. They want to apply a herbicide that doesn't go away. It stays in the soil. And once the water goes in, it'll be in the water, and all those heavy metals will go directly into the fish. And I believe that's a cultural resource that needs to be protected. Even for, for anybody who eats the fish out of the lake. And for our salmon populations, the downstream, all that's connected, and they want to restore their salmon on the upper Columbia River, and we should support them. The Coeur d'Alenes, the Spokanes, they're actively engaged in restoring their salmon. So whatever you guys can do to talk to Virgil, I know there's ways you can dig it up, you can cut it and get it out of the places you don't want, but I don't think that's going anywhere either. They want to apply 63 miles of herbicide. I don't think that's right. And the younger generations are standing up for the land and the water. And these things are sacred, and it's not going to change. We're only going to get stronger. So I don't know. I just hope you guys can follow through with this and hopefully put a stop to it, and maybe get some crews out and dig some of these flowering rush, it's called, and they have seed pods, and they drop and they float, and it was brought in from maybe the boats and stuff like that, from not cleaning the boats, just like the mussels and stuff like that. But I'd really appreciate you guys following through with this, and maybe I'll leave my number and you guys can keep me posted on it. Second thing I had is our language and culture and enrollment. I think if there's ever a change in enrollment, I think we should enroll other Indian blood first and foremost, because that's something we've done throughout our history. And I look at Alexander, Chief Alexander, the chief that from my tribe, the Upper Kalispel, that signed the Treaty of Hellgate. He was half Shoshone. If it weren't for the Shoshone people, we wouldn't have him. And he secured our reservation. He helped secure our reservation here. And Kustata, he was part Iroquois, I don't know about Charlo, but we have a history of intermarrying. That's good. We have to keep our blood, everybody knows we need to keep our blood fresh and for future generations and whatnot. We used to travel to Oregon, travel north to Upper Kootenai country or Lower Kootenai country. We traveled all over. Chief Washki was half Bitterroot Salish, and he was the chief of the Western Shoshone people. Where would they be without him? He was a strong leader that secured their reservation over there. I just hope you consider other Indian blood. My kids are, over half Indian. They can't get enrolled here. They have strong ties to this land. I was raised by my full-blood grandmother. I learned the language. I learned our ways. And once I was a teenager, I heard Pat Pierre speak, and I knew I wanted to pursue my career in our language and culture, because I think that's important. And my my son's daughter, she's over half native and she's speaking her language, praying in her language. My sons know that language. They're enrolled in, one's enrolled in Fort Belknap. They enroll 1/8 Fort Belknap and 1/8 other Indian blood. And my grandchildren are from Coeur d'Alene and they're enrolled there because they enroll other Indian blood. I think that's the future. We have a native consciousness that's coming back, and we want to be native. You know, we don't want to throw poison on our land. Even the herbicides we use on our range units, I don't agree with that either. Everything's connected. Couple other things I wanted to talk about. But oh yeah, the river. That's where we lived. You know, long ago. That was our highways. And I don't agree with the amount of cattle grazing on those lands. It degrades the riparian zones and all the off-road ATVs on the river. And that's destroying our occupation sites, our anthropological, you know, treasures.
Yes, Chauncey Means is in the audience here, so please give your number to him in regard to the Flathead Lake, you know, the herbicide program, so he can keep you appraised of that if it moves forward. Yeah, if the council's considering set up a subcommittee for enrollment, and that is the top of the list is county and other Indian blood, as it's been done historically in the past. And then the river corridor, the NRD, and under the guidance of the whole scope of the executive branch under Tony, would be a drafting of a cultural river ordinance for the Lower Flathead River. And so there could be a revetting and relook at the grazing that's going on out there. Currently off-roading is illegal. And so that is just a matter of trying to pick up enforcement or getting violations appropriately in the right venue so there could be good ramifications from people that are engaged in that illegal activity. So those are all great topics, Jesse. Thank you for bringing them in. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you too. And I had one other about the primitive areas. We have one down south, South Fork in the Mill Pocket. I really think there should be one in the middle. You know, there's 3 tribes that settled here and we all signed the treaty. You know, as long as America's here, these 3 tribes have a right to be here. And I think, you know, 3 different areas where tribal members can go and, you know, and animals could be safe. I think that would be good too. I think a perfect spot would be Ferry Basin. My family lived in Ferry Basin. My 3rd great grandfather, he was the last war chief. I don't want to say war chief because we weren't warriors, we were defenders. We defended what we had here. He passed away and his granddaughter, my great grandmother, Elaine, she passed away in 1934. And that's when we adopted the council ways instead of having chiefs. And in that year, they took away everybody's land on that side of the river. And they gave them $7 an acre, but you know, that's not right for us to have done that. So I think that area should be left wild. And everybody, I was there at, Pat Pierce's house when they recorded, him about the buffalo and stuff like that. And you don't hear it, but I heard it from his voice. He said the only thing that's wrong with the bison range is that there's fences. The fences were meant to keep the bison in, but they were also meant to keep the Indians out. I think our bison need to be free range. And I think we need to start retiring some of the cattle leasing and freeing the land. And we need to bring our bison back. That's going to be our sustainable food source, and it's not going to degrade our land. And I really appreciate that consideration just because that's who we are, and that's our cattle here. I've been to Europe. I've been to Germany. My mother was in the army 3 years, and I was with her. You can't drink the water over there. You don't see any wildlife. I seen one deer when I was over there. I didn't see any hawks or eagles or anything like that. I don't like the, you know, there's always got to be the native perspective. And I don't agree with our council taking an oath for the Montana Constitution before you guys sit where you're at. We're a sovereign nation. We have to be a contrast to the worldview out there. We need to stand up for the earth, the water here. And we can be wealthy people here just by keeping our land free. We're under the Department of Interior. I said that last time, but that just saying free our land and tourism, all that. This will bring lots of money into our country. And that's a sustainable way of life for the way people want to live the native way. And one other thing, it takes 3 months to learn another language in immersion setting. And there's only one people around here, you know, there's Nkusum, but we need something more to help our language and culture. I've heard that we're not a people unless we can speak our language and practice our cultural ways. I think that should be first priority going into the future. Because I'm half non-native, I'm quarter German, and I know when I go to Germany, I can hear German, I can speak German. But can people say that here? Are you going to hear Bitter Salish? Are you going to hear Upper Kalispel Pondere? Are you going to hear Kootenai language? We need to keep those things strong. And I think we have enough money now where we can start investing in our people, our infrastructure. Building gyms, community space within our communities. You have Mission, we have an Arlee, we have some in Elmo, but we need gym space for our kids to be healthy and our adults to be healthy too. I think that's very important. The Amish are doing it here. They don't have to filter themselves through anybody. And I think we're working too hard here too. The people have to work 10-hour days. It takes a lot to do that and raise a family, to have a spouse and be happy. I just wish health and happiness for everybody in positions of power and positions of, leadership. What I wish for myself, I wish for the other. And you guys are in a position of power where you can distribute our wealth, you can build our communities, you can help our youth. When I was going through the career track as a young man, I met a lot of you working in the positions you were in, and I appreciated learning everything about our tribe. And you know, I listened to Pat Pierre and it just blew my mind. I was exposed to the culture and the language growing up because my mother brought me to the powwows and the cultural doings, and that instilled pride in me. You know, when I left Texas and listened to the Mexican language and went to Germany, listened to their language, you know, it made me appreciate our language here. And that, you know, that's just pretty much what I'm gonna do until, whenever, as long as I last here on earth. I've been to France too. I heard their language over there, and I'm part French. But you don't see any that you can't, the air is dirty, the water's dirty. There's no wildlife. So I just, you know, may our ways endure on this land. May we always hear our language and practice our cultural ways on this land. And I just, too, I feel sorry for a lot of the people that work for the tribe. Just we should be more like Google and promote health within our tribal system. That's who we are, you know. We're healthy people. You see the pictures long ago, and they're all healthy people because they always walked and ate from the land, and everything we got was from there. And we have a lot of PTSD from the Ursulines, I'll just say it. People were brutalized there. Their culture, their language is beat out of them. They live with the scars. There's people that died there, our children. And these were people that were supposed to be holy people. They're entrusted to take care of our kids, and there's unmarked graves in Mission right now from our people that died there, our children. That's sacrilegious to me. That's the opposite of holy. That's the opposite of divine. These are stories I hear from my elders. I'm just sharing them with you. Those priests weren't perfect. Neither were the nuns. I'm gonna say this: when they made offspring, a lot of times they killed their own offspring. And I heard that story.
Jess, we have another walk-in too, so I don't know.
Okay, I'm almost done. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm just putting this out there because we have a lot to get over. We have to support our people. They're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but culture and language is medicine for the people. These young people have to know who they are, and they need to hear their languages and practice their cultures. I know a lot of people don't have the courage to come up here. You know, it's hard for me to come up here and say some of these things, but everybody needs to hear them. We need to know our past so we can make a bright future, a strong future. And this is the truth I say. This is our oral history. Our natives don't lie. A lot of people didn't take the money that the Jesuits were given to them because they just didn't want anything to do with that. Some people are deaf from being hit in the ears. There's one story I heard from Browning where kids were caught speaking their languages and they were put in a room. They were starved. They gave them one piece of meat and they had to fight over that. So you know, there's some great people in history, but you can sift through all the stuff. They were good. I was raised a Catholic. Jesus, he was a good man. He had good words. He lived his way. He didn't kill. He lived by his word. He was one with God. Our people are one with God. There's no way to separate creator from creation when we are the creation. And the native people are here to take care of creation. Because God flows through us. This is all one energy. And it's a godly energy. It's a divine energy. May we complement that energy in the way we know how that flows through us in our heart centers. Nihausam is our center. I am here in this heart center. And that's my new business. I made a mistake last time. I said, if you need extra money, you need to go get a job. That's rude. That was rude of me to say. There's other ways to make a living than just getting a job. You can start your own business. You can get a part-time job. You can do arts and crafts. So I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to share information with you guys. And I'm really concerned about the bull trout. They need help. Our help. We're entrusted with their care because they have no voice. The buffalo have no voice. The buffalo are our cattle. I can go to Europe, wherever they come from, and see that. But here, on our land, I believe they should be free. We should take down the fences and reinforce our, fences so, they can roam this land and they can proliferate and repopulate this country. And if they go into the state land, then they can make their laws and harvest them too. So this is the information I'm coming here with today, and I'm lemdem special. It's a good day. It's a good life.
Yeah, well, yes. Be sure and give Chauncey your number. You probably know him.
Richard Lozo.
Richard, come on up. Good morning.
I'm Richard Lozo. I live in Dixon Agency.
Push that button on the mic.
My name is Richard Lozo. I live in Dixon Agency, and I've brought some of the community members with me. I've also had a small meeting with Mark Couture and Tony Incashola and a couple others this morning, voicing our concerns and voicing our concerns on a project that's going on in Dixon Agency. We got a little more clarification in some of the terminology that was used when all of this came about was clarified. It was a very good meeting. They understand our concerns, but I want the entire council to know our concerns. Dixon Agency is a very, very beautiful, peaceful, quiet, safe community. Tired of everybody thinking that it's a wasteland and that's just somewhere for everybody to go to cause riffraff and problems. It's not. We have children there. We have families there. Some of our children are handicapped. Some of our children are autistic. Some of our children can't even walk. 90% of everybody in that agency is a homeowner. We don't want homeless. We don't want the drugs. We don't want the screaming and fighting. We don't want the traffic in and out. We have voiced our concerns this morning, and they're being thought about right now. We want a clean community. We've been promised several things for several years. We don't want a homeless shelter. We don't want a halfway house. We have safety issues as it is already. One of them being we cannot hook a fire truck to the fire hydrants without collapsing the water system completely and taking water away from every house there. Number two, the nearest grocery store is 13.2 miles away. And it's for sale. That leaves us going to Arlee, Mission, or Ronan. Some of these individuals cannot do this, cannot afford it. Medical is very limited. Resources in Dixon Agency are very limited. Those of us that live there know that, and we prepare for that. Bottom line is the safety of our children and our families. We feel that this coming in jeopardizes the safety of our children and our families. If we're going to bring families in, let's bring families in that want to improve the neighborhood, be part of the community, and help develop and have a nice community. We work hard to keep our lawns mowed, to keep the riffraff down. We don't want it. We don't want the problems. Like I said, we have a very safe community. It's very quiet. It's very peaceful. And we want to keep it that way. We want more people there. We want more families there. We want more children there. But we want it safe. We're tired of feeling like we're the wasteland. We're tired of feeling like nobody cares about us or our concerns. There's myself, 2 more homeowners, and our children here to voice our concerns about this. Now, the terminology that was brought to my attention Tuesday afternoon when I initially came in here was a tiny home homeless shelter. That terminology was corrected. We don't want a homeless shelter. If my computer worked, I would bring you pictures of what homeless has done to our agency and the messes it has created and that I have cleaned up and my children have cleaned up. We want good families. We don't want drugs. We don't want alcohol. We don't want bad traffic. This is not a bad community. There are families there that bend over backwards to help each other out, to make sure one another has what they need, to empower each other. We don't try to run each other to the ground. We don't try to belittle each other. We don't try to push each other off to the side. We're a community. And it's very disheartening to hear that it was a council directive to put this in the middle of homeowners. We own our homes. We have safe homes for our children so that our children don't have to have worries of what's going on or who's around. And we don't want that jeopardized on any level. Our children can go to the park and they can play ball and they can play frisbee and they be kids, have fun, ride their bicycles. We don't want that jeopardized. We want that empowered. We worked hard with Anita Matt to get our basketball court to start the improvements that we're getting. And we got a little bit of clarification this morning that some of this is still in the process. It's just taken a little while longer. But we're here to voice our concerns and say, we don't want this here. This is a beautiful riverfront prime location that needs a beautiful house to match the surroundings, just like any rural neighborhood. We don't want it. We want safety, we want security. The cops don't even like going there. And when they do, it takes hours for them to get there if they feel like responding. We're not a wasteland. We're people. We're individuals. We're families. And bottom line is we're a community and we don't want it. We're here for the safety of our children and the well-being of our children and our families. My daughter's 14 years old and she's wrote you guys a letter. I haven't read it. This is coming from her heart. And she would like to read it to you guys.
Welcome.
I'm Allie Biggren. I came here today to tell you guys that a homeless shelter next to my home isn't the best place. I'm only saying this to protect my family. I have to say there's at least 20 kids in the agency. My family has 7 of those 20 kids. Most of those kids are under the age of 13. These little kids don't understand. Don't need to grow up around drugs or alcohol. We don't need little kids getting raped or kidnapped or raped either. I don't want my family to go through what I went through at their age. They don't understand. They don't understand better. We have kids walking back and forth between most of these houses, and a lot of these kids have to walk to the bus. It's not safe to have people on drugs around little kids. I also don't want people coming to my home asking my sober family and little kids for drugs, beer, drugs, or rides. We don't need loud cars or people yelling at each other all the time. Little kids don't need to be around that kind of stuff. Also, I want to bring up the fact that you guys, the tribal council is going to build a homeless shelter when you guys don't fix the roads, playground, paint the houses, new boat ramp, walking path, and more. You said he was going to do that 3 years ago. Dixon and 2 Eagle schools went to the agency and picked up the garbage, also made more burn piles. All you did was fix the court and you didn't even finish it. And all of a sudden you guys want to build a homeless shelter. But I understand you guys did bring up the fact you guys are still working on that, but it's still not 3 years ago. And
This is only one child that's got concern. Like I said, I have an autistic son. My neighbor has grandson, Down syndrome. There's another handicapped child in the neighborhood. We're not comfortable. We don't want it there. There's an entire reservation that this could go in that would be way better fit, food-wise, medical-wise, services, accessibility. It is 1.6-mile walk to the school. Only thing in that town is the cantina to get food, water, and sodas. They cook the food. Most people cannot afford to drive every day, twice a day to the grocery store. Go to the school and back and pick up their children. Tough. I've seen it. I've been part of it. Have concerns. Bringing in something like this, traffic in and out, the unknowns, bothers them. Like I said, we're a tight-knit community and we're very close. We all may not get along every day, but what neighbor does? We help each other out. We're a community, we're neighbors, we're family. We want to see our community better, not worse. 18 months, taking pictures, made reports. Finally, when it got 30 below, something was done after all of the allegations and everything. And it's still not properly taken care of. What we're saying is we don't agree with this and we don't want it. We are home owners. We want a family there, that prime real estate to help empower our community, help empower our children. We want empowerment, not pushed off in the back burner, treated like a wasteland that don't exist. We're all trying to raise our families, single father. I get no help, have no help. I have my community. Children have the community. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. I think I can safely speak for the council that there is no intention to put a homeless shelter in Dixon Agency.
That was clarified this morning, and now they're doing some other things as well. Like I said, we had a very good meeting this morning, but I was on the deal. I
Yeah,
wanted this to be public. I
Yeah.
didn't want this just to be.
absolutely. Hey, Richard, I want to thank you for, this is having a community come together and stand up for the community and want a better community is absolutely wonderful. It is absolutely fantastic. So,
And that's all we want.
yeah,
We
absolutely.
just want a good community. We want a safe place for our children. I shouldn't have to worry about my autistic son riding his bicycle around the street. I shouldn't have to worry about my grandson crawling across my lawn. I shouldn't have these concerns.
As every community shouldn't have those concerns.
I hope you guys can help us build and keep a safer community.
We'll do our best. Thank you, Richard.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all you coming in, and thank you, your daughter, for her letter. Appreciate it. Okay, who's up? Chauncey squeezing in first.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. My issue starts on page 16. Okay. Okay. So the Confederated Sedition Kootenai Tribes Water Quality Program, every 3 years does a tri-annual review for water quality standards. We have treatment as a state, which means that we can actually make our own standards for water quality and enforce those. So every 3 years we review, and this is in conjunction with EPA, and figure out if there's something that we want to improve or change. So in this training review, we decided to adopt EPA's 2013 version of ammonia water quality standards. And on page 17, you can kind of see a summary of what we actually did update along with ammonia. But ammonia was the major change. So this was so that ammonia usually comes out of our wastewater treatment facilities. And they do impact fish species and freshwater mussels. So we adopted these standards so that we could make sure that freshwater mussels are not being impacted. We had a public comment period in December of 2023. And we had a public hearing on December 19th, 2023. We did not receive any comments. So if we are asking for tribal council approval today to adopt these water quality standards. we do get that approval, it will go to EPA where they approve it as well. And then it'll become, law. So I am asking for tribal council approval for the triennial review of water quality standards for 2024.
Mr. Chair, or
Okay, go
comment?
ahead, James.
Yeah, the comment is, this is another instance where we have the designation as treatment as a state. We don't have to go through the state, which is a good thing. I wish we had that in terms of Medicaid. We had that discussion the other day. We have a lot of folks that are being kicked off of the Medicaid rolls, but we don't have that treatment as a state designation in that realm, which I wish we had. So I would make a motion to approve the request.
Motion by James to approve the triennial water quality program quality standards for 2024. Second by Danielle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 6-4, one out of the room. Len,
Thank you.
one question
Yes, sir.
in regard to the concern that Jesse brought up this
Yes.
morning, which I shared dramatically. The process for the college's proposal for their demonstration project, where's that at? Are they actually going to apply? Did they get a permit through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
So right now, we are doing a request for proposals for contractors to do the application. There are, I believe, 62 miles of shoreline that he was talking about, but those are small sections ranging from 0.1 acres to 3 acres. So that can be 7 acres, at least 7 acres are going to be applied to up to 216. The majority of the flowering rush is found in East Bay off of Ducharme Point. So that's where he's been doing this work, and he's been doing it for, I think, what, 8-10 years. So he does little plots to kind of see how flowering rush will be controlled by either biological, like bugs that could maybe eat the pods or the roots. Or
Yeah,
chemical-
in his project, there was multiple tools he was going to
Right.
apply,
Right,
not all herbicide.
right. So he was just trying to figure out what works the best here on the lake.
So it was a demonstration project.
Right.
And the study is how long? How many years?
I think
Just one?
he's been doing it for a few years, so this might
On and
be
off.
on and off, trying to figure out what exactly. I think he might be increasing the sites. And he's trying to do it in March, I believe, when the lake's still low, but the ice is kind of maybe receding some, so they can get out there and apply. So in order to apply, he has to have a EPA approved National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. He goes through our program, the water quality program, to get that permit. We've granted that permit, basically, as long as you're following the label, EPA approves the permit. However, we can sit down and discuss with Virgil the exact herbicide that he's using and kind of go through, make sure that he's applying it correctly. That's something we can do. We also have a pesticides program with Jasmine Brown, and she can actually go out and work with Virgil as well. They can make sure that they're applying it correctly. If they're not, then they can, you know, be, I guess, make sure that they're following the permit correctly. And I think Virgil's been doing that. So he's been working with our program pretty well, but I'll talk with Jasmine and our regulatory specialist.
Okay. The eloquent argument that I would always have with Virgil is that why are you doing this when you're not going to the seed source? So usually, otherwise you're just going to come back. It's always going to come back. You'll start at the headwaters where flowering rush started, where it's in the upper system above the lake, and work your way down if you want to eradicate this non-native flowering rush. But yeah, there's actually biological benefits to flowering rush, both native and non-native. So we'd have lots of arguments about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to him, see if he's working with anybody upstream um, Fish Wildlife Service, if they're doing, this project is including them as well.
Yeah, if your neighbor's full of weeds and the wind blowing on your property all the time, at some point in time, you gotta take care of the neighbor.
Right.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, council.
John, I think you're up, man. Talking about neighbors, here we go. Good segue. Good morning, everybody. Yes, Squex. Yeah, push the button, get the red light on. There you go.
Pushed the wrong button. Good morning and thank you for allowing us to come to you and discuss our project. I have Mo Essen here with Forest Service. Just a brief background on the project. So as you guys are probably very aware of all of the opportunities for stewardship programs with different agencies, Forest Service, BLM, et cetera. Generally, when they come to the tribe, they come with their fire risk maps and they have areas identified that they think are areas that should be managed. Usually those maps are associated with a house in the woods. What we are working on is how we can get areas of tribal values identified so that these projects are beneficial to tribal members. So with that, I will let Mo Essen go ahead. Mo?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Katie. As Sean said, my name is Mo Essen. I work with the Forest Service. I am the one of the social scientists for one of the local offices. I just want to pause and see, Katie, did you want to say anything this morning?
Good morning, Council. Katie McDonald, I work as the new Tribal Relations Specialist. And I just wanted to kind of explain a little bit of my role here. This is Sean and Mo Essen's project, but as the Tribal Relations Specialist, I'm going to be connecting these folks with our tribal staff if we have resource specialists, program managers that could help provide information for this pilot project, as well as connecting them with the culture committees and then coming back to you folks here when we have more information, more approvals, and really looking forward to this. I've got a lot of experience with fire risk management, a lot of processes. I know how quick things can go. So this is a unique opportunity for us to be able to provide useful information, and it's always up to the agency how they want to use it. But I feel like we have a really good working relationship with Mo and our surrounding forests. I think it's a great experience to be able to be a tribal government who is able to provide information for future risk management. So really excited to be a part of this and help these guys out the best I can. So you guys will be seeing me quite often. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to kind of dive right into these pilot projects and just give a little bit more background, and then I'll talk specifically about each of the projects. Again, in the interest of time, I might skip a few of the slides that you have in front of you, just to make sure that we cover the most important details this morning. So as you've already heard, and you're probably well familiar with, the Forest Service uses a lot of data to inform a suite of risk maps across this area to really inform how they're going to allocate huge pots of money across the landscape and across different rights holders and stakeholders, interest parties. The data primarily underlying those risk maps, again, those risk maps that prioritize huge sums of investments, prioritize Western values and do not prioritize tribal values. We see this over and over and over again. And so with this effort, we're really looking to build data sets that weave into these existing data sets that put tribal values at the table. Tribal values are not even at the table in allocating these resources. And just to give you an example of how much money we're talking about, so you may be familiar with one of the largest wildfire risk reduction programs that the Forest Service has. It's called the Hazardous Fuels Program. It is allocated just under $600 million annually by Congress. And in a lot of those the prioritization of those funds, we don't see tribal values at the table. So the intent of these projects is to not only produce data sets that the tribe can use, in partnership also we're working closely with the Nez Perce tribe as well on this effort. So data sets that both tribes can use, but also a methodology that can be replicated. Other tribes can pick up this methodology, adjust it based on their needs, and also create similar data sets. So in that way, we're creating data sets and a methodology that will hopefully create additional data sets moving forward, but this is the pilot effort to that. So I'm just going to pause and move the slides forward a few slides. So hopefully I don't make anyone too dizzy when I scroll through here. I'm going to hop right to the projects themselves in the interest of time. So there we go. Hopefully you can see that. I'm now on page 12 for reference. So there are 3 projects that we are proposing at this point. They are all in their early phases where we are really we are in conversation to identify what tribal values we are going to center in each one of these. So the first project is really has 3 objectives. Looking at identifying who is active in land stewardship across this area and who is missing. The assumption there is that whoever is involved with land stewardship, particularly as it relates to the Forest Service, their priorities are at least somewhat represented. And then through that analysis, we identify who is missing or who might be more represented than others. And again, the underlying assumption here is that whoever is at the table or who is more represented has more of a chance of getting their values represented at that decision-making table. The second objective of that particular project is mapping areas of the landscape that any of these organizations, any of these entities have done work on the ground. Essentially, we're looking to better understand whose lands have benefited from this work. So again, then we can ask whose lands have benefited and whose lands have not been benefited in this analysis. And really the idea between the suite of those 2 things is better understanding how tribal priorities and tribal lands are essentially winning, if you will, or potentially not winning. What are the missed opportunities for tribal opportunities?
Well,
Not to overuse that word.
I got a question there.
Yeah, of course.
The entire regional forest is our land. So I'm not sure exactly how do you represent the tribes? We have a protectable interest in the reserve treaty rights on the entire land.
Absolutely.
So I guess in this exercise, you're trying to say like a private landowner benefits from fuel reduction program because they built out in the woods, or a timber industry, a mill benefited, or what is it you're doing?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for the question. So to zoom out a little bit, the landscape, the study area that we are working within are the ancestral lands of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, as well as the ancestral lands of the Nez Perce tribes. So it's an extent up to the Canadian border, south through the Bitterroot and west over to eastern Oregon. So it's a large expanse of land. And so the idea is to look across all of those landscapes. So it gets outside of the federal current Forest Service boundary, Forest Service managed lands, specifically because of that, Chairman. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and move on to the second of the three projects. This project also has three objectives. Essentially, we're looking to understand and map where projects associated potentially with that hazardous fuel program have been completed on the landscape. So where over approximately the last 10 years have these projects landed in that landscape that I just described of ancestral territories. With that, we're asking the question then, who has benefited from these fuel treatments again, and what priorities have benefited from those fuel treatments? In other words, asking questions like, in those risk maps, what we often see are the values at risk that are mapped in those wildfire risk maps are often homes and structures. Those are what are kind of benefiting from those related investments around the hazardous fuels program. In this effort, we're looking to better understand how different lands are benefiting and how different tribal priorities across the land beyond homes and beyond structures have benefited from that hazardous fuel program and projects associated with that. We'll also look to identify specifically those cultural priorities around those historic fuel treatments and how they may have benefited or potentially have been missed in those historic allocations of projects across the landscape. The idea again here is to build a data set that can interact with existing other data sets so that we can use what we've learned through these new data sets that center tribal priorities to continue to center tribal priorities moving forward in allocation processes.
I understand you can come up with who's benefiting, whether it's a horribly poor land use planning with houses in places that they shouldn't be, or a lumber mill. Do you identify who's been harmed then at the same time?
Thank you for the question. Yes, essentially, if we look at who has benefited, we can look at who has not benefited, essentially through that process, or what priorities have not benefited similarly. Does that answer your question, Chairman?
Well, I guess if you were to consider, say a species, you're gonna say,
Oh, okay.
like moose habitat, I consider them as part of our family. So, have they benefited or not?
Yes, so
Or-
those are the types of tribal priorities we're in discussion to figure out which ones we're gonna center in this particular effort.
Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, our tribal folks have been the foresters here for millennia, managing the
Absolutely.
forest. And for different reasons. Usually it's for animals, for hunting and some safety issues, but so manipulating the landscape for, of course you've seen the documentary, our Fire on the Landscape documentary is a pretty good one. So, I guess is it wildlife? Is wildlife going to be represented in this?
Right now, the primary thing that's represented from the Forest Service side is structures. And so we can bring anything we want, anything else the tribe wants us into this analysis. But it sounds like Katie, maybe you want to.
Important things for us on the landscape is subsistence uses.
Absolutely.
And so hunting and how that forest continues to provide, or the landscape for our families, for elk hunting and deer hunting, moose hunting, whatever, gathering huckleberries, whatever it might be. Those are critical components that need to be a part of this evaluation that I would hope you would consider.
Absolutely. And actually, that's part of what we're talking about right now is those subsistence uses, and huckleberries in particular have come up. And so this is the first of hopefully many conversations that we can continue to have to better understand what it is we need to center here. But it looks like Katie, you were going to maybe say something.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think that is a great segue to go into, historically, the tribes have always found out about, let's say, natural disasters, last hand for, third person, however. And so, in my experience in the past as being the CSKT TIPO Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, sometimes I would be finding out second hand, third hand about natural disasters in our Aboriginal territories, having the comment period post fire, post disaster, and then having to have that conversation of, well, did you guys keep in consideration X, Y, and Z? Sadly, there's folks who, they're just ignorant to it. They're not educated about what CSKT values are. And so, in my experience lately, it kind of seems like there's a turn in the generation of folks who are in positions like Mo's and up more in the decision-making level of what values are for surrounding neighbors, CSKT. So this is a great opportunity for us to finally say, here's our list. It's non-negotiable. These are exactly what we want. Through my experience with my job previous to this, is that we don't have to dive into why things are important. All they need to know is it's important. We're not negotiating it and meeting people halfway. And so I believe what Mo is getting to is that, we're going to continue to have these conversations. The agencies, the Forest Service may never fully understand our culture and our values, but if we continue to have the conversation of this is at least what we would like you to keep in consideration, because sadly, that's as far as we can go, have them consider it. But if we keep building that relationship and that trust of co-management and co-stewardship, I think that in the future, when we use this pilot, it's not just going to be for natural disasters. We know that this is an opportunity for the landscape to just have general health for future generations to use. It's not just us, it's going to be the next several generations after us to be able to have healthy forests, areas where we can maintain our traditional treaty rights to be able to harvest, hunt, collect in these areas. So we're going to continue to have those tough conversations with agencies and other representatives who might need a little bit of education is where it's coming from. So this is literally like the building block to that new awareness of what it means to CSKT to manage and co-steward with us.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. And so moving to the third effort within the suite of projects is a project that, again, is looking at data that underlies specific maps that are used to prioritize large amounts of resources across the landscape. There's a suite of maps called the social, that map what's called the Social Vulnerability Index. And in a nutshell, what that is trying to do, what that Social Vulnerability Index map is trying to do is identify what are socially vulnerable communities, which the term vulnerable is quite problematic, to identify where those communities are so that more resources can be shuttled to them. There are quite a number of those maps out there that, for example, the Flathead Nation, the boundary doesn't even show up on that map. How can the tribe benefit? How can tribal members benefit if they don't even show up on the map? So the idea in this third effort is to get a better sense, in addition to just the national boundary missing, the boundary of the sovereign nation missing, what other details are missing, and how can we fill in those gaps so that tribal members can benefit from the resources associated with the allocations of this particular tool, the Social Vulnerability Index. And so with that, we hope to start to build some underlying and additional sort of components to the existing tools that get at those missing components and move away from the problematic language around vulnerability. So that's the third project that we have that we're working towards at this moment. So I'll pause there since that's the suite of the projects and see if there are additional questions.
One question, you mentioned 600 million?
Yeah, just under $600 million.
That's for the entire country?
Yes,
What's Region 1, the Forest Service, part of that? Is it-
I don't have that number off the top of my head. It would be, I don't know, maybe 150 million, 200 million. But I honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
No,
That
but
number
you
changes
can
every year.
Carry this forward to the hierarchy, just
Absolutely.
give that to us and the Nez Perce tribes and we'll do this for you.
I'll try and find it, absolutely. I mean, full transparency, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah. And I'm
it's an
sure-
important component of this, right?
Us and the Nez Perce tribe could do this.
What's that?
We could do it all for you,
All of the which?
the whole thing, manage it all.
I'm sure you could.
Yeah,
You have been doing it much longer than the Forest Service has been doing it.
yeah, yeah.
No doubt. Well, I would love to be able to ensure that we get more resources this way. And I'm hoping that this is one way to continue to do that.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday we had a meeting, forestry meeting, or ET meeting yesterday, and the studies of logging sales that we are having, we've got some sales that are pending because of wildlife having to do studies before they're able to release these sales so they can be done. And it's been taking some time for these studies to be completed. And therefore, it's halting a lot of our timber sales from happening. And I was just wondering, because there was a reason why I know there's a study of grizzly bears, I know there's a study of lynx, I know there's a study of spotted owls, I know there's whatever else, there's all kinds of studies going on. But a lot of these areas has already been logged. And I just wonder why it was taking so long for these areas to be, approved to have these sales started, because it's costing the tribe money because we get some money from logging. We try to get 18 million feet out a year, but we can't do it if we're just sitting on this stuff and nothing happened. So I'd like to know, what, Tom mentioned the study of this, and so whatnot. I just wondered why maybe Katie can follow up on it and find out what's taking them so long to complete this study. So these timber sales can be completed.
Thank you for the question. And I'm sorry that it's taking so long. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you. That is sort of above my pay grade, essentially, and outside of the component of the agency that I work in. I'm happy to bring a message back. I will also underscore that with this effort today, the intention is a briefing. There will be future consultation, formal consultation around this as we move forward with the effort, and potentially there will be other opportunities to ask questions at that consultation effort.
On the topic of consultation, I just wanted to follow up that after this pilot is completed, it does not supersede future consultation. It's not a tool that the Forest Service can use and say, well, you've already provided us with your important levels of interest. We'll just use this and not communicate back. So I just wanted to make that clear that we are offering information, but still, no matter what, each agency is required to follow through their Section 106 consultation concerning cultural resources. So this is a great tool, but it doesn't take away from our business. So
Thank you for adding that.
Any other comments or questions? I think related to the point that Bing just brought up, when we wrote our forest plan, it came up with the amount that he was talking about, 18 million, the target. but manage the forest as a forest for multiple reasons, not just a tree farm. That didn't take into account, man-caused fires off the reservation that came on and catastrophically wiped out our commercial forest base. So that kind of a consideration is paramount for us. So I remember watching the Chippy Creek fire. It was caused by bad logging practices, and it stormed across and burned our Lozo primitive area up. I don't know how many thousands of acres and commercial forest landscape and critical habitat for cutthroat trout and other species of concerns. And so I guess this will help address that kind of an issue. Absolutely. Okay. Any other comments? I think it's a good start. But we'll be waiting for that 150 million.
All right, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments from council? You need action from us, Sean? Informational? And yeah, well, thank you for working on it. And yeah. Oh yeah, I think council is deeply interested in. Katie, I'm glad you're in your position you're in. You're going to be a great representative for us in a new collaboration of a new era for us with the Forest Service.
Thank you. I really appreciate
Yeah.
that, Vice Chair and Council. It's a great opportunity, and I'm just going to keep putting my best foot forward. I'm always open to learning from experiences, and if I'm doing something wrong, I have no problem you guys nudging me and say, come over here. So other than that, thank you guys. And like I said, you'll be seeing me quite
You're a
often.
great spokesperson and
Oh,
you're
thank you.
well read and you know the resource. So
Thank you.
yeah, great person to be in that position. Thank you. Thank you, Mo.
Break?
Break.
Okay.
Official break. Okay, we'll come back into session after our break. And we have Philip. Apparently Greg and Roberta.
Yes. yeah,
Welcome. That's
Thank you,
quick.
Mr. Chairman. So I'm obviously not Myrna. I'm substituting for her and, she's teaching a class, a language class up in the, Polson grade school this morning. So if you think about it, subbing here as opposed to in the grade school, is a great plus, for the Polson students. So you can all pat yourselves on the back for taking one for them. So very briefly, this morning, we just kind of want to do an update about where the organization is at and some of the next steps forward here in the next few months. So for any of you that may not be familiar, ARC is a nonprofit organization. It's made up of tribal and non-tribal people that are working in a very unique approach in terms of the relationship between animals and people. And the reason that Myrna and I are so supportive of this organization is that really there's nothing more fundamental to our tribal culture than that relationship between people and animals. There are so many good things that fall from that. So being able to work with an organization that is not the Humane Society, it is not a dog pound, it is focusing on the relationship between people and animals and some of the problems that result from that. So with me is Philip Panage, who is the executive director, and many of you have seen his face here several times before. And Roberta wants to is another community supporter and has something that she would like to talk to you about towards the end of this presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Philip, and he'll provide you some updates, and we'll try to move through this as quickly as we can.
Lemlips, Greg.
Good morning. Thank you for once again welcoming us here. Really appreciate it. So for those of you who haven't met me before, I am Philip, and for better or for worse, I started this whole mess a while back. And part of the reason for that was I ran the Mission Valley Animal Shelter for a while previously, made a lot of friends in the community, and at the time hired a lovely lady, Leslie Camel, to work with me over there at the shelter. I think that might have been the first tribal community member that they had ever hired. But I was increasingly aware that the relationship between what's done with animals and the people of our communities is central to everything. And if you're not paying attention to the people and their challenges and their traumas and their plight, and you're just focused on the animals, everything kind of doesn't hold together very well. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't work, and it doesn't do what really needs to be done to make a lasting difference and heal our communities. So I kind of moved on and tried to envision something a little bit different. And that's how this all started and was inspired. But where we are currently is we are in our third year. So we're still very young. We just welcomed 3 new board members to ARC. Shane Morgeau, who I'm sure all of you know well, Jill Valley and Betty Fiant from our communities down in the Jocko Valley. And we're working to welcome some more new members, board members, hopefully soon as well from within the tribal community. And we've had our hands very full in recent months. So I just wanted to give you a very quick glimpse of where we've been. And I want you to understand that these numbers that I'm going to throw out, they're only meaningful insofar as they're symbolic of the impact we've had on people's lives, because behind every one of these numbers are dozens and dozens of stories of people who are in crisis and who really desperately needed help. And that's ultimately what matters, not like some abstract number, right? But we started out in 2021, and I think the first cases that we dealt with were in St. Ignatius, with some difficult situations with dogs that were roaming and breeding. And we took in 13 dogs and did 6 adoptions that year and spayed 116 animals because we had our very first clinic. And distributed over 17,000 pounds of pet food to our poorest among us in the communities. From that, we moved on to 2022, when instead of taking in 13 dogs, we took in 148 dogs. Instead of doing 6 adoptions, we did 105 adoptions. We spayed and neutered 140 animals. And we also distributed a bunch of food, almost 1,000 pounds of food. And then last year, what we did is we took in 193 animals. We did 170 adoptions. And instead of spaying and neutering 140 animals, we spayed and neutered 601 animals during the course of the year. That included 2 big clinics that we held at SKC. Again, a lot of these situations, the animals that we take in are not animals just that need a new home or something like that. We're not a pound or an animal shelter. We take these animals in because people turn to us in major crisis. And sometimes the animals are injured or they're shot. Sometimes they're abandoned on the side of the road. Sometimes they are being threatened with being hurt. Oftentimes it's situations where people are overwhelmed with the number of animals and they are living in poverty and they don't know what to do and they turn to us for help. So that's where those numbers come from, and that's the trajectory of where we're headed. Right? We're doing more and more for the community, and that's our goal. We want to continue to do more. So I'll speak to that here in a second. This upcoming year, so far I've just mentioned where we've been. I want to just take a second to tell you where we're going. This year we've already booked two more big clinics. The goal of each clinic is to try to spay and neuter 200 animals over the course of 2 days. We just booked the venue yesterday, actually. We were in touch with Audrey at SKC, and we have the 6th and 7th of April as the dates for the next clinic, which is not too far from now. And then September 7th and 8th, we'll have another clinic in the fall. So those are our 2 big clinic dates, but that's about 400 animals. What we do is we support the community with spay and neuter on a routine basis through the year, even outside of those clinics. So there's a lot of other spay and neuter support that we're doing, most of it free, completely free, for those who are really in need. And so some of the communities that we especially have been focusing on over the last year, for example, are Dixon Agency and Charlo, and some in Turtle Lake, certainly, and then Pablo. Hot spots where people have been really struggling. Also, some areas at the base of the Mission Mountains near Ronan and near Kicking Horse have been hot spots where we've really tried to help people, and there have been lots of people in crisis. Next year, or this year, I guess, this upcoming year, one of my goals, along with some people that I've been communicating with, is to come up with a plan to try to get as much help as we can to Big Arm and Elmo, because we know that those communities have been particularly hurting with a lot of tragedy happening with dogs up there. And it's been harder for us because we're further removed geographically, but I am planning, I'm already having conversations with a number of parties to have a collaborative effort and come up with a plan to focus some on those 2 communities, just so you know where we're headed in terms of that. And then, yes, summer camp. So our very first program that we did was the healing camp that we provided for trauma impacted reservation youth in 2021. That was seems like ages ago. We've now had 3 of those. And we bring in animals, including dogs and horses, and other animals as well. And we do resiliency building and healing. We're planning on doing another camp this summer as well. So that's where we've been. That's where we're going in general terms. Just for those of you, because I don't think either of us have stated this yet officially, for those of you who might have not heard much about us previously, I should read the mission before I move on to more practical matters. So the mission statement for ARC is to serve the Flathead Indian Reservation by providing a sanctuary where animals heal people and people heal animals. So all the time, our focus is trauma and the reciprocal healing that happens or can happen between those two. So that's kind of the update, and feel free to ask me questions as we move forward. I'm happy to field questions and take a break if needed from babbling. But the 2 practical matters that we came with is, first of all, we do have one huge fundraising event each year, annually. We have had, this is our 3rd coming up, and this time we're having it on February 24th. Last year, the council, with the council's blessing, CSKT sponsored a table at our annual gala, which this year is happening at the Holiday Inn downtown in Missoula. And we wanted to invite as many of you as are available that evening to come and join us. I know we're going to have a drumming, some people coming from Nkusum to drum and bless our event that evening and do a little ceremony. And we're going to be talking a lot about the community and the work that we do and the meaning and the reason behind it. And I think it is always extremely valuable for members of the community and leaders from the community to be there as well, because some of the people that join us that evening don't really understand the life and the history and the culture that is so present here. And a lot of them don't even understand that, or aren't aware that Missoula Valley and all the way down to the Bitterroot and up to the Fathead, all this area is really tribal land. And I think it is symbolically important for as many representatives of the tribes to come and show their presence at that event. And I think it was extremely valuable last year. And of course, this year we'll have Myrna speak a little bit at the beginning and welcome everybody and tell them a few things that they need to hear, and say a prayer. And she's always very gracious in doing that, but it's also valuable for others to be behind her. So that being said, I've included in the materials that were sent over some details about that event. And there's an opportunity to sponsor a table for $1,000 or more if there's more people, and that comes with 10 seats at the table for the banquet and the auctions, and it all supports the cause. So if the tribes are willing and inspired to do so, we'd be very grateful for their presence and support of that event. I guess I'll just mention that as a small little new organization, unlike big nonprofits, really all of our funding goes directly back into our community. There's not any bureaucracy and additional, costs that are where that money is thrown away. It's really going directly to the people who need it. And all of our work is about that. We don't rent a facility or anything at this point. We don't have any overhead really, other than just what we do. So that's the invitation. And then the last point that we came with, and perhaps the most important, is something that many of you have already heard about, and some of you have had internal conversations about, and that is the tribal lease that we have been aiming for and talking about for about 2 years now. And the purpose behind that is very basic. What we are envisioning and hoping for is a place that would facilitate the work that we're doing and make it more possible for us to, as quickly as possible, respond to needs and emergencies and crises. A tribal land lease would allow us to have a healing site. We don't envision this as a place to build a big monstrous facility or anything like that. What we envision is a place on the land where we can bring people who have suffered trauma and animals, bring them together and provide an opportunity for healing. We would use it for some of our summer camp work with the kids. We would have a teepee village there. We would have little modular units where trauma victims, for example, people who might have suffered domestic abuse or are struggling with substance abuse or whatever it is that they're struggling with, bring them together with animals and provide opportunities with our guidance for healing, one-on-one. We would have at least 2 horses there to provide equine therapy. We would have a place where we could keep animals. And by animals, I mean dogs, reservation dogs. And we are contacted almost daily from mostly tribal community members who are facing really dire circumstances. They're trying to help, they're trying to do their best to help animals, but that often puts them in difficult situations. Either they end up with too many animals, or they, for example, they're not allowed to have animals in the housing where they are. And they're desperate for our help to put those animals somewhere. Or of course, there's stray animals, right? There was somebody who was just viciously bitten in Pablo a few days ago, and a dog had to be put down. There's, as you well know, dogs were roaming around everywhere, and we're called all the time about people seeking help for that. But it takes time for us to do that because we have to find a foster home, we have to set up a plan, we have to respond, we have to figure out the logistics. If we had a site, we could much more quickly respond to emergencies such as this, have a safe place for those animals, even if it's just temporary. So that's the purpose behind the site. The history is that we originally were offered potentially a site in the Jocko Valley right near town between the two, the north and the southbound lanes of the highway near Nkusum. And that kind of fell through. We had an application pending for many months. The process was taking some time, and eventually I found out all of a sudden that that lease got granted to somebody else. So that fell through, and then since that time we've been looking at a place on the north end of the Jocko Valley near the turnoff on North Valley Creek Road, and we had been instructed to work with the lands department to perhaps secure some kind of lease of approximately somewhere between 15 and 30 acres that would allow all of those things that I previously mentioned. And we kind of hit a snag because Tara, who we've been working with, and she's been very gracious in the process. She came back to us and said, well, there's a challenge here because there's a grazing designation on this land. And she's not really able to move forward with the process internally because there's that kind of puts a barrier in her way. Independently, though, there have been some discussions among council members and Myrna with some others where supposedly there is the possibility of carving out this tiny little portion, because we're talking about a grazing designation that applies to thousands of acres in that location. And we're only talking about a tiny sliver of that. And there's this idea that it might be possible to actually carve that out and change the designation in some fashion to still allow us to use that place for the healing work that we do for the community. And the rest of it, the many thousands of acres remaining, would remain under the grazing lease. I am no expert, obviously. I don't know the internal workings. I'm not a legal expert. I don't know much about legal designations of land on the Fathead Indian Reservation. What I do know is I'm hearing these conversations, and I know that a lot of council members and community members are in support of us working together to try to make something possible. And the longer it takes, the harder it is for us to respond to needs quickly. So I'm just here to essentially throw out the question of what would need to be done to explore that possibility, who we would need to talk to, who we would need to work with if we were to find a kind of a detour around that problem that's been identified with that particular piece of land, which a lot of people have noticed is ideal for the work that we're doing for a variety of reasons. There's some old corrals there that could easily get fixed up. The location is easily accessible. It's close enough to Arlee that it makes sense. It is very close to the highway. It's right behind the dump. There's actually a lot of animals that get dumped in that location. Historically, they have been because the dump is there and people kind of drop off animals. There's even a kind of a, I don't know what to describe it as, but kind of a bunker that's built into the hill where you could easily install an iron gate and store food there securely. So you don't have to worry about bears getting into it, into dog food. It's just an ideal location, and it feels like a healing site. So bringing children there for summer camps feels right. It actually feels a lot more right than the place we were originally looking at, which was between the two, the highways. Yeah, that's essentially the question. And I'm not sure how to proceed, but I know that this conversation probably is necessary in order for us to be able to proceed. So somebody is communicated with and assigned the tasks, the task of exploring the possibility. I don't think they have the power to do that without your blessing and your direction to figure out whether it's legal or lands or whoever else it is, or a combination thereof, working with us and the council to see if there's a way forward. And if there isn't, we could look elsewhere, of course. But it just seems like some of you have had conversations and suggested that maybe there should be a way forward. And it's beyond my pay grade to have answers to that question. So that's all I came with
That's
today.
all, Philip? That's all? Well, that's all good stuff. So really appreciate it. I like to take your requests one at a time. So I would, council discussion on supporting the sponsorship for the gala again. I would entertain a motion for that, $1,000 motion by Len, second by Jennifer. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous? Now, as far as selecting a location, Mark Couture is right back here. He's the department head for lands, and so it's all within, other than scoping with other departments, a site, most of it's within his shop. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just some backup on this was leased 5,800. It is on the south side of the highway in Arlee, just when you're coming in, before the car wash. It's on Finley Creek Road. It's an ag lease. It was vacant for years. We did some chemical treatment on it for the knapweed and trying to get it back up into leasing standards. We did show them that site, and there was a potential that it could work. They were requested, since it was on the spring bid, to put it in their application and put it into the bid process. But a tribal member bid on it for their egg production, and it was awarded to that individual. So that site did fall through. The other site that they've been looking at and have worked with us before, a year and a half or so ago, 2 years ago, was the potential site up North Valley Creek. That is the Nicholson purchase, and the section that they were looking at is in mitigation. It's the lower part by the river. So that's where the restrictions come in, where we hit a roadblock and snag because it had the designation through the funding source that came in to purchase that property. So there's some issues with that one where there is grazing restrictions on it. It is right adjacent to the range unit that is right there. But the location where that was going to be located, from my understanding from Tara and them, was That's the site, and that is, we were halted at that moment. I do know that Brad has provided them another potential site mapping in the Evero area. Tara has said there might be 2 potential sites in the Evero area. That still has to be vetted through the office to find out if there's any restrictions on them, if they can put one in the one site, or if it is feasible to have any kind of, not permanent structures, but the facilities in there. Because what I found out just this week was the one site down by Coriocan Village, south of Grey Wolf, is, southeast of Grey Wolf, is that there's no more expansion to be done in there because of water and sewer issues. So that might be another faltered site. So we are still working with them, trying to find out a location. Tribal Lands has provided potential areas, but so far they just haven't worked out. And that's the hardship right now on this, trying to get this up and going, is just trying to get that one location that's going to be feasible for everybody and following any other guidelines and regulations.
Yeah, go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark, that piece of property there next to the Arlie home sites there, is that tribal, or does Harold or Dorothy Felsman people still own it? Family still own it?
That is still individual.
Is it?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if that was. And the one, and the piece of property right across the road from that, is that the A piece that you're talking about right across the highway?
Yeah, right on Finley Creek Road. As soon as you turn in, it was a 24 or 25 acre unit right there that we looked at for them for a potential site.
Yeah, Greg?
The question that, that Myrna wanted me to ask, is what action would the council need to take in order to, remove whatever obstacle is in place for the Valley Creek property? Because she had a discussion with Mike Dolson, and he was encouraging, saying, you know, it's our land. We can, you know, we can take action, as a council, to overcome those obstacles. And so that's kind of where it got left. And so what we're interested in doing is, basically chasing down, if you will, whatever obstacles or whatever issues there are with the Valley Creek property. If for whatever reason those can't be solved, then move down, you know, to the next piece of property or whatever that might be available. But first things first, what needs to be done to solve the Valley Creek problem?
Well, that's under the designation. I'm actually going to punt this one over to Tom because he worked with the recreation and all of these. There are specific mitigation parcels out there that have their own management plans that are in effect. And they are to stay in for those management plans and for that purpose of what can be done on there. But I'll let Tom reiterate on that and go into further detail if you need to.
Those are easements basically on the property that are permanent and stay with the property. You might be able to buy it out, you know, but then again, it's you have to find that replacement habitat to replace it with, and that would be another challenge in itself. But so if it's Bonneville Power Administration land, then that's what the money we bought the land with, and so that's the principal purpose of it. And if you change that, then of course that's a violation of the condition of the land. So that's the big thing. And I don't know if that was ARCO, BPA, or one of those two, I would assume.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at the mapping and that on it again to find out if it was ARCO.
There's a little bit more flexibility if it's Atlantic Richfield mitigation property, because that's, I think we filed and closed all that lawsuit. But again, that's filed with the court. It was whatever, $19 million we got to replace impacted Clark Fork River land, and we focused on the Jocko to bring the Jocko back and restore the Jocko River to replace that, all those lost resources. So I don't know, that gets a little bit messy with that. I don't know, but that's more in our own control. Let me just say that. It would probably be just easier and simpler to find alternative sites. The effort that would take and money to replace it, which we don't have, would be more difficult. So I didn't know if there was a parcel adjacent to the rodeo grounds or part of the rodeo grounds that's available or not. Is that too small?
I'll have to take a look. I know we have some tribal property there, but it also falls into allotment back in there. So individual trusts, so we'll have to take a look at that just to see
So
for,
it's mixed? The allotment?
well, you have tribal pieces there and allotment. I just have to see the mapping to see what kind of acreage is there right there. Cause there's a mix of fee, individual trust and tribal trust. So I'll just have to look at it. Maybe something in that area, but I'll just have to take further dive into it at the office.
Yeah, Jennifer?
Thanks, Chairman. I support this. I think it's such a worthy cause, and we have so many animals that are neglected and people who are neglected. So if they can help each other, I think it's a wonderful cause. My point is about signage. Just reiterating the point for signage when the tribes donate land or lease out land at a reduced rate for causes like this, whether it's a fire department or a school, we need signage because a lot of big pieces of our land benefit the entire community. And a lot of times people don't give us credit for that and then ask for more and more. Now, I'm not saying you, but different entities or people in the larger community. And we do a lot for the community, a lot. And so I think there should be signage on all of our land saying this sits on tribal land, or this is possible because the tribe donated or leased this land or something like that. But just some acknowledgement with signage that it's there because of us. I think that's really important.
Yeah, thank you. I would actually take that even further, because what we really envision is not so much yes, of course, it's Arley Rehabilitation Center is going to be having the programs there to benefit the community. But what we really envision this as is a collaboration between the nonprofit and the tribes and developing it along traditional lines where, signage, yes, especially in Salish, but also thinking about how to envision this as a place that is restored, not only just where healing is happening for the people, but holistically thinking of it as a place of the culture. And so, yes, signs, but also weaving the whole, Myrna obviously does a lot of work with kids to bring back the traditional understanding and knowledge and values, right? And this would be very much aligned with that kind of work where it's emotional healing, it's resiliency building, but part of that, especially because almost all of the people that benefit from this program are either Salish or Kootenai or a mix of various tribes, it's a place where they can reconnect to that identity, right? And that's partly also why the vision isn't just building some monstrous structure that doesn't even really feel like it fits in that place. The idea is to create a village where healing happens. And if there are some structures there, to do it along the lines of where the tribes are involved in that process and envision something that makes sense in the place, that is true to the place and its history. There's a lot of different ways we can talk about this, but yeah, the signs are kind of almost a given.
Thank you, Philip. Any other comments? So just keep working with Mark. I don't know any other way. It's a great project. What I would appreciate though, Philip, if you had a conceptual landscape site plan, and if you have a proposal for written up on how you would operate in the future, the extent and your budget and your fundraising efforts, you know, kind of a summary or some type of written proposal would be great. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Sure, yeah, and we did submit something along those lines to Lands at one point, but that was a fairly long time ago, and we can certainly, I think it would probably be an appropriate time to maybe take a look at
Well,
that
I think
again,
it would be
revise it a
just-
little bit, submit it.
We're revising the reservation-wide dog ordinance, and so we're trying to get back on track with this all.
Right, that was something that Roberta wanted to bring up and ask
Yeah.
about as well. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do that, and I'll put that down as one of the to-dos here, and perhaps share that with you as council as well. Well, and one thing I will say is I very much appreciate Mark, the time that you've given to this, and anyone else at Lands, because the truth is, of course, Myrna and I, we've gone to some places, and she's got great knowledge of the land, and of various places and some ideas. But even the two of us collectively, we don't know. We can look at a map, and it's hard to know what's available, what isn't, where to even start looking. And that's where your knowledge of the broader landscape and what's available is extremely valuable, because we're kind of in that position where if Tara asks, well, come up with some ideas for us, well, we're kind of stuck because we don't even know where to start, right? I mean, we had a couple of ideas, but it's difficult for us to do that. We just don't know, right? So we appreciate your support and kind of continued creativity in that process.
Yeah, so we'll continue trying to give you guys maps of just the general areas so you could take a look at the ownerships and see what can and can't work. That's what we have to rely on. So then after you guys can choose a site, we can actually start looking into more of the depth of what we have to do at our office. So
I also want to thank you tremendously for the spay and neuter clinics, and that is so huge. And to have more planned for this spring and summer, that's fantastic. That's really helping to solve a whole big part of the problem. Really want to say that.
Well, thank you. And we're happy we're able to do that. We'll continue to try to do more as much as we can, because we know that a lot of the trauma, a lot of the problems kind of comes down to that. If we could just get that under control, right, and get the numbers down, it really affects everything. You know, less people struggling, less bad things happening, less tragedy.
Absolutely agree with you 100%. Roberta, did you?
Yes, I was just wondering what the latest was on the dog ordinance. I know, James had mentioned that he was asking about it. So is there any updates?
Yeah, we just had an update from Dan's staff. A couple of the attorneys are working on it, Stu and Mike, and they've been working with James Raymond also. So yeah, it's up and running again. We're working on it right now, actually. So they're meeting with James Raymond. I can't remember. We're on top of it. So it's come forward again. So and we kind of lay dormant for a while. So you're right. It's a good time to ask, and we're working on it.
And once it goes dormant again, I'll be bugging
You will. I hope
Yeah.
so. I hope so. Jennifer?
Thank you, Chairman. And I also wanted to say, I'm a certified yoga teacher with a specialty in trauma-informed yoga. And I'm also a writer and a former teacher. So I would be willing to volunteer when you do your camp for kids. So I've been background checked for all my jobs, and I'd be happy to go through another background check. I think it's important that you background check all the people who have contact with children. But I think, if you want me to come in and volunteer and do poetry with kids, I've done that all over the state, or to teach a trauma-informed yoga class. Yoga is one of the most clinically proven, most effective ways to mitigate the effects of PTSD and trauma. It's one of the most effective treatments for people with PTSD to regulate their nervous system. And I'd be happy to volunteer. So just let me know.
Thank you. Yeah, I've made a note. Each year we look forward to making that camp better as we move forward, right?
But Jennifer, do you treat dogs and cats equally?
No, I have to say my dog is my favorite. My favorite
Tell
person
that.
is
Knew
my
it.
dog.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. Just thinking of a friend of mine that used to work with the program, Brian Anderson from Pablo. I don't know if you remember him, but he was part of that back in the day. And I think one thing I want to bring up kind of along the lines of our Polson Council representative is, you know, when we get that place, that property, we need to consider the value of that land as an in-kind contribution to the organization. You know, because whatever that value is that we're letting you use that land, it's something that needs to be considered and something that the organization can use. Say, look, the tribes are donating the value of,
Mhm.
I don't know, $50,000 of X amount of property, you know, to the organization. And I think a lot of organizations across the tribe, we lease land to for a nominal amount,
Mhm.
but they don't think of that value of that land in there. So I'm just kind of getting ahead of the thing here to say,
Right.
when we come up with that property, we need to know what that value is that you can say to your folks that you're getting money from and grant organizations. Look, the tribes is in kind donating
Absolutely.
$50,000 of the value, whatever the value of the property is.
Right.
And I think because that benefits you, and the other thing is it gets out to the community.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, the tribes are donating the value of that.
That's right.
And oftentimes, and it's not this group, but other organizations and folks we deal with on our reservation, if the Indian people tried to go and ask for similar, it won't happen.
Mm.
It just won't. They won't lease anything to the tribes for what we do.
Mm.
And it's just a blunt fact.
Well,
But that's what I want to encourage you all. And along with Councilman from Polson, that we have that signage and what you had said is really good. The other thing too is I remember you all had used to go up to Browning every now and again and do a special event up there. Do you still do that every now and again when you have the?
I haven't personally.
Okay.
No. And I'm not sure who,
Might have
that
been
might have been predated me, somebody who was
15,
involved
20
in
years ago,
doing
yeah.
similar work prior to starting this. Yeah. So um, I know there's a lot of good work being done up there, but by different organizations. It may be, I'm not sure how similar it is or dissimilar to what
It
we're
would have been
doing.
about probably 15 years ago,
Yeah.
the last time I remember that. Because Brian Anderson, he went up there on some of those efforts.
Or where the Kip family on the Blackfoot Reservation was very involved in doing similar work. And actually Malia, who lives down here now at Kicking Horse, we're very close and we've been kind of collaborating a little bit, but that's kind of a side note. So once again, thank you so kindly. And I do hope that maybe some of you will be able to make it down on the 24th. It's a Saturday evening and we might see you. And we'll be very happy to see you. Oh, and one last thing, just following up on what Roberta brought up regarding the ordinance. I know some of you have heard this before, but others who have not heard me present before, I think it's very important for me to mention. Part of our vision is to be a vehicle to help the tribes make whatever they envision with that animal ordinance that you're kind of slowly edging toward, to make it possible. Because an animal ordinance is great on paper, but an animal ordinance only means something when you have enforcement capacity, when you have a place to put animals, etc. And we are happy to collaborate and make our expertise, because this is our expertise. And I was an animal control officer in the past, so I have some direct experience with that. To make this, to help, right? To provide that space, right? And that's part of the vision of that healing site. where if an animal ordinance is happening and somebody's enforcing it, well, they have to have a place to put the animals, and we could be that place, at least part of the solution, and also part of the enforcement. Come up with a collaborative joint agreement of some kind and provide support for that. So that's very much and was from the very beginning part motivation for this project. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Philip. Jimmy?
Yeah, I want to thank you for your effort, what you're doing. It's well needed. It's been needed for a long time. Your effort throughout the reservation is I really feel good about that. I would ask Mark to look at that piece they're talking about. 'Cause you're saying a minimum, Mark?
Sorry, I was working on another issue too with, Jen. Say that again.
I was just asking if you had a chance to take a look at that just north of the rodeo grounds down there that you were talking about earlier in Arlene.
Yeah, we'll look
If we
at
could
that.
take a look at that, he's looking at minimum 15 acres to 30 acres, just, I mean, I think that would be a great spot for it back there myself.
I think it would work too. It's just have to deal with the ownership to make sure it's
Yeah.
all tribal so we can be bringing in for a designation from council to move forward with it.
Yeah. And then if you could, let us know right away. As quick as you can.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
I'll actually go back to my office to take a look at the designation as soon as I get back. I can come back in this afternoon after the final and give an update.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you, Greg. Lemma. Philip. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. We'll try.
All right, next up we have James. Come on up. Good morning. Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Jim Taylor. I think I know most everybody. Push the button. Okay. It is red. Yeah, I'm on the appellate court, but I'm not here on behalf of the appellate court. I'm just here because I know the council likes to meet with people that are running for statewide offices. I'm here to introduce Ben Alke. When I was in my time away from the tribes, for a while, I was legal director of the American Civil Liberties Union. James was actually on the board back then. And I had a chance to work with Ben on case and really was impressed with his intellect and his dedication to justice and his work ethic. And I heard he was running for Attorney General, and I ran into him at a function here a few months ago. And I just said, if you're interested, I'd be glad to introduce you to the tribal council, because I know you guys like to talk to folks and hear what their program is. And I know he wants to hear from you. So that's all I got to say, and I'll be quiet.
Well, thank you, Jim, and welcome, Ben, and thank you for stepping up and running.
Bill, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. It's an honor to be here today. And I don't want to take up any more of your time than is necessary. I'd just like to tell you a little bit about myself, and I'd actually like to hear from you to the extent you have any thoughts to share. My name is Ben Alke. I am running for Attorney General. I'm a Helena native. I grew up in Helena. My folks were from Helena. My grandparents lived in Helena when I grew up there. I live in Bozeman now. I have 4 children. I have a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old, and identical twin 8-year-old boys. So life is busy and it's pretty fun. I'm running for Attorney General because, I guess in my view, there are certain things that shouldn't be political, and the enforcement of law is one of them. I don't think our judicial system should be political, and I don't think when it comes to criminal prosecutions, there's any room for politics. That's just an area where you need to have someone come in and do the job and have the job done well. It's an honor to be here today because I know there are issues in Lake County, and there is a dispute between the state and Lake County that is relevant to tribal law enforcement issues. I'm getting up to speed on those issues, and I think it's important to hear from you folks to the extent you have any thoughts to share about what your view is or should be and on what should happen with Public Law 280. Criminal enforcement is important because you need to make sure that, you know, you have law enforcement and needs to work well. And if someone is engaging in criminal activity, you need to have consequences for that. Otherwise, there could be, you know, more severe consequences in the future. This is a unique situation that you have in Lake County. Coming at it from an outside perspective, I'm a little befuddled as to why the state is not providing funding to Lake County so they can continue to provide law enforcement and prosecution services. I'm not certain what the plan is going to be if Lake County withdraws as it stated it will withdraw, and what is going to happen with the future of law enforcement here. And so if anyone has any thoughts on that, I would like to hear what your opinions are, if you have any to share on what you would like to see happen.
Len?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Ben, thank you for taking the time to visit with us this morning. I'm very curious to know about what your experience is working with tribal governments.
Little. My background is more in civil litigation. And so my background is about resolving disputes through the legal system as a lawyer. I've never ran for office before. In fact, I've never ran for student council before. Back when I was in high school, I'm a lawyer and a litigator through and through.
Okay, thank you. That's just one of the questions I always ask people that are running for public office. So, thank you.
Good, James?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you running. And I think there's so many issues that I have with the current Attorney General, and I don't know where to start, but I think it's an absolute embarrassment, in my own opinion, how that gentleman is running or not running that office. But one issue, one area in particular that I have a concern with is the Gambling Control Division and the Gaming Commission or board that they have. They have the manufacturers on that board. They have the, you know, the majority, the canales that are on that board. And then the tribes are limited to 1 seat. And anytime the tribes in the state of Montana enter in a Class 3 gaming compact or what have you, that's got to go through, you know, the governor's office, and then it ultimately it's through the Attorney General that a lot of the regulation part of it falls. But my concern is, at least with the tribes that have a Class 3 compact, should have each have their own seat on that board instead of just one Native American spot. You know, we don't have a Class 3 compact at the time, but I realize it'll take an act of the legislature probably to change that. But in terms of gaming, the state of Montana, when they negotiate with the tribes, and it's not necessarily the AG's prerogative, but you have to deal with whatever the governor's office is successful negotiating or not negotiating. My concern is this administration and seems to have a dismissive relationship in terms of the tribes, and not necessarily, it's not unique to the governor's office. It seems to be in each one of these statewide offices, we are seeing a similar pattern of dismissiveness towards the tribes in a lot of ways. And so I think following up on Councilman Tootsie's question, I think it's good as you start going to the different tribes, just kind of figure out, we're internally pondering class 3, but other tribes have gone through that process, and some of the things that they struggle with, some of the things that the Gambling Control Division has in terms of dealing with the tribes. But I guess my main question for you is, I was just reading, just real quickly before you come up, I was reading a former state senator seems to be kind of your nemesis all over the press, Gordy something or other. I don't want to give him any more credence, but how are you, in terms of your race to being our next Attorney General, which I think would be great, what are the things that you're going to do differently than the current incumbent of that position? Even though, he's in there, I don't agree with Mr. Gordy's comments. I don't think he's done a good job for us, and I don't think he's done a good job for the state of Montana. I think my concern is, another one is just a general, the Republican Party is not, and I'm talking to the choir here, but it's not the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan or George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush or any of those folks. It's a party that isn't a party, it's a cult. How do you, as a candidate, run against someone that's part of a cult? Donald Trump called the Senate and the House to shut down a bill that a Republican from Oklahoma had worked out. Oh no, don't do that. We don't want to do the border thing because we don't want Biden to we don't want to fix the border. And the incumbent, he's a member of that party and espouses a lot of that mindset. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people in Montana that believe this stuff. How do you run against that is what my question is. How is your campaign going to handle that person that comes up to you and says, well, Trump this and Trump that and Trump the other? And your opponent is pretty much in that same court.
Well, those are great questions. And let me start with, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? And I think, as boring as this sounds, the thing that I am going to do first is stop the things that he is doing. And so the Office of Attorney General, it's kind of like the offensive line in football. The less you hear about it, probably the better. Prosecutors should be quietly going about doing their job, and you shouldn't be reading about them in the paper. The reason I'm here running is because there's been what I would characterize as blatantly inappropriate conduct that the Attorney General has engaged in. And the conduct that he's engaged in, which has been inappropriate, is not inappropriate because he's a Republican. It's because it's inappropriate for a lawyer to engage in that conduct, or it's inappropriate for the person who holds that office to engage in that conduct. And a couple examples of that are, his actions undermining the judiciary, sending a highway patrolman to St. Peter's Hospital in Helena, having criminal charges against someone in Helena dropped for politically motivated reasons. Those things should never occur. And so my job, number one, is to restore the integrity of that office because it is important for people in our country to have faith in the system, to have faith that the system works and doesn't treat you any differently based on what your race is, what your gender is, what your political party is. You need to have faith that the system is fair. The things that I could do substantively, first, honestly, you need to get some more of the competence into that office that has been lost so that you can make sure that you can represent the state. You don't have to spend millions of dollars on outside counsel. But what I can do and what I can offer, what my specialty is, are things like consumer protection, enforcing laws that are meant to protect senior citizens and consumers and those that are more vulnerable. And so that's what I can offer. When it comes to how do you break through, I mean, I think that's a question I obsess about. There's what I think is this. I have always thought that people in Montana are more independent and treat people based on who they are and what their character is rather than what they are. And I know that over the years, especially more recently, circumstances seem like they're getting worse. And we're not in a position where I am overly optimistic about the future. You know, I think there's just kind of a general, honestly, sense of gloom about what's going to happen and what's coming in 2024. And I'm running because I think there is still opportunity to fight against that. You need to find the issues that you can agree with people on. And as strange as this sounds, you know, no Democrat probably is going to win statewide office in this state unless that there are certain voters who vote for Donald Trump and also vote for that candidate. And the message that I'm trying to share is that whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, you do not do that job any differently if you're doing the job right. That message is not going to resonate with some portion of the public. There are some people that I understand that I'm just not going to be able to reach, for better or for worse. But I think there's still enough people who are receptive to that. And I just need to find the avenues to go communicate that to them and communicate why it is that the impartial enforcement of the law is one of the central things about our democracy and how important that is. And I may not see eye to eye with people, you know, on every policy issue, but anyone I think who believes in how we need to operate believes that this job, the Attorney General's job, should be done that way. And I think that most, if not all, of the lawyers I've talked to feel the same way. Most, if not all, of the judges feel the same way. And so that's a step in the right direction. You know, my job over the next 10 months is try to take as many steps as I can, find as many people as I can who listen and try to share that message. But it's under the current political environment, it is going to be a challenge. There's no doubt.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. It's interesting to note that back in September, you know, the Montana Rules of Professional Conduct, you know, that was questioned. 41 counts of the Attorney General potentially violating. How important is that? What does that mean?
So, I mean, I think it's important. First, I want to talk about, I guess, what the importance of the court system is, to then talk about how dangerous his conduct is. The court system is the independent third branch of government that keeps the executive branch and the legislative branch in check. So the court system is what protects our freedoms from the government. When you have the chief legal officer of the state of Montana and chief law enforcement officer for the state of Montana having his office write a letter to the Montana Supreme Court stating that he doesn't recognize the court's authority to issue an order and won't abide by it. That is a dangerous thing for the operation of democracy. If you want to look at other countries and what the playbook would be for someone to start taking away the rights that are granted under a liberal democracy, step number one is undermine the court system. Because what are the courts going to do? You know, it goes back to Andrew Jackson telling the Supreme Court that he wasn't going to follow their court order. That's what happens when someone shows disrespect to the court, and that can lead to tragedy. And so it's utterly unacceptable for the chief law enforcement officer of the state to communicate in that way. It's also just unacceptable as from the position of you are a lawyer, you are an officer of the court, you are sworn to follow the ethical standards that govern everyone. You are not more special than other lawyers because you happen to be an elected official. And so his conduct, I think, is very troubling. I think the fact that he is being charged with those things is troubling and concerning. And I hope that the members of the public are aware of it, aware how serious those things are, and are, you know, going to hold him accountable when it comes to voting in November.
Thanks for bringing that up, James, and thank you for that response. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for running and thank you for your intelligence and your thoughtfulness and the ethics that you bring to this. And I wish you all the best. And I also like that you're from Montana, that you grew up here, because I think that changes how you view your job when you're serving the people of Montana. And you have that kind of a background. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that. To me, as someone who grew up here, you know, it would be an honor to have that office, and it would be an honor to serve the people of Montana, because that is your job. Your job is not to serve one political party or another. Your job is to serve the public, and I would love to do that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Other than in closing, I want to thank you. Absolutely thank you for running, being there as a choice for our citizens of our great state and for the citizens of our reservation. So thank you, Ben. It's good to meet you. And I certainly wish you the best success possible.
Well, thank you very much. And I guess in closing, I just want to state that the tribe is obviously an important partner when it comes to law enforcement issues. And if I have the honor of serving as the chief law enforcement officer of the state, I will view the tribe as a partner to collaborate with to determine what is the best way forward to accomplish what our goals are. Thank you very much.
Well, be assured we'll let people know your statements you've made before us today. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just want to let the council know, we met with the court this morning. We met with Chief Couture. We're going to meet with Dan here in a little bit. We're going to try and meet with Maylin and try and meet with Ann over at the Defenders over here. And one last quick thing, just want to let you know, last spring, the American Bar Association sent me to Malaysia for about a month to meet with and give talks about Indian law in the United States and how it works and how the interactions between the government works and the indigenous peoples. And there were a lot of indigenous groups in Malaysia that are not given a good shake by the government. They were just astonished by the work that you folks have done here. I told them about your successes and your, you know, the things that you've done here on the reservation, and they were just completely blown away. Just, you were a model for people around the world. Just wanted to pass that along.
Thank you, Jim. All right, good luck. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I was in recovery, but now I'm not no more.
You went crazy again. Okay. We have a few minutes so we can go into executive session. I think we had a couple that James had and Dan. All right. right, we'll come back into session after our lunch. Vernon, you're up. First question, Verna, do you want this in executive session? Okay.
Testing. Hello? Oh, okay. I'll use them all. No. Good afternoon. What I wanted to bring forward was, there's oftentimes some things come before council that are of cultural interest. And when we was having some discussions, and by the way, we've been meeting with some of the departments, and a lot of them are really doing really well with coming and meeting with the elders and talking with us in the development of plans and everything. And so that's pretty good. But one of the things that was kind of concern was we wanted to take some time and visit with you guys to kind of to make sure that the cultural views of things are considered when different proposals are brought forward to you guys. And we've noticed kind of a slant or sometimes things come forward that are really good idea if you look at it from a Western scientific perspective. But there are some cultural, especially spiritual considerations in there that need to be considered or should be considered along with it. And so, the tribe is kind of here because of, the worldview and differences, differences from a Western perspective. Now, that's not to say that, that there aren't good ideas, but there a lot of times when things are brought forward, we don't really take into consideration. We've just going through a period now, and I see it's, kind of responding to the discussion as well today about the spiritual, cultural parts of what needs to come into play when you have these discussions, especially with proposals that are brought forward. The example that we wanted to use today was something that came up at the last elders meeting, which was the proposed hunting regulations, the new hunting regulations for tribal members. There's a couple of considerations in that we wanted to make sure that you guys, think about as you go forward to approve and to kind of improve on some of the things. And then the hunting regulations in there, what was proposed was permits, kind of a random draw permit system for the moose tags. Now, some folks there's a couple of things I wanted to first point out about the cultural part of it, the spiritual part of it. When I go hunting, what is presented to me and what I am given is what I'm supposed to get. When I go hunting, if I go up there and there's a bull moose standing there, that's what is given to me. That's the spiritual belief. That's what I danced for. That's what I asked for, was for food for my people. And this is what is given to me. And I take that.
if it is a cow, or if whatever it is that's given to me, or maybe nothing. That's what is given to me. That's what we danced for. That's what we asked for. That's at the core of our dances, at the core of our ceremonies. So from the Western perspective, they look at it and say, okay, now you should have a permit for it. Well, when they first started the moose permits, this whole thing was brought up. That discussion was had then. And it was explained to us, no, this isn't regulatory. This isn't something that's going to prevent you from doing it. We just need to keep count. It's to help us to keep track. You know, for the biologist standpoint, they want to keep track of the number of kills and all of this kind of stuff, you know, so that it's just, you know, you can get a permit just for asking for it, but it's just to help out. Then it progressed from there to become regulatory. If you don't have a permit and you take a moose, then you lose your hunting privileges for a period of time or whatever penalty was to be determined. It became regulatory, which is kind of starting to go counter to what I was just talking about the spiritual way of doing things. And so now to do random draw type of permit, it's even more so against that. You know, we're heading in a direction that really needs to be considered before we move forward with it. You know, you need to have careful consideration of that because it's already a violation of my spiritual beliefs. It already is. And then to draw on it further, you know, I don't go to Ferry Basin because I know that I haven't been drawn for a bull permit. And if I go up there and if I'm presented with a bull, I'm going to take the bull. Because if I don't, because I have done that in the past where I haven't taken what was given to me and I never got anything for 2 years. You know, my family only eats wild game. We don't buy beef. We only eat what we put in the freezer. And what I put in the freezer is what's given to me. So when regulations are presented that are a violation of my spiritual cultural belief, then I need the decision makers, you guys, to be considering that when it's brought forward and presented to you. And I understand completely from a wildlife biologist standpoint, they went through school to study science and data and everything else. I've been there, you know. I understand all of that and where they're coming from. So when you're weighing this decision making, you know, what I would prefer is that, you know, in this process, we were the last stop before it was brought here to you guys to start the public comment period for those new hunting regulations. We were the last stop. We should have been the first. It should have been with our assistance to develop these things that wouldn't be violating spiritual, cultural beliefs. And aside from that, some will probably speak to the violation of treaty rights, of our individual treaty rights. You know, we talk about losing our treaty rights, and then we as a tribe take away members' treaty rights with some of our regulations without a lot of consideration, it appears. Okay, so, so that's another part. But the part that I wanted to bring forward was the spiritual belief part of it. You know, they were saying that, that it was due to population decrease and all of this, which, like I said, from data standpoint, all that, I understand that. But as a tribe, I believe we should be weighing the spiritual, cultural part of it should outweigh the Western perspective from my viewpoint. What I also asked them was, okay, Perry Basin was created because of the scare of the decrease in the elk population. There's not that concern now. Elk are plentiful, and there's a lot of elk. So are we now going to take away the designation of Ferry Basin and make it just like the rest of the reservation as open hunting for members? That was a hem and a haw. But, you know, so I wanted to start, that's the example that we were going to use in considering the cultural parts of your decision making. There was discussion that there aren't many of you who dance with the different groups that dance in the wintertime. And so bringing forward those concerns to decision makers was something that really, you know, they felt really needed to happen, to make sure that those considerations are a part of it as we go forward. That was my part of this my input into this. And now that we have some folks back here who also wanted to present some of their perspective on it. So with that, I'll let them do theirs.
I'd like to ask a question. We don't have no Honda Ray or Staley. Yesterday we had a meeting on this, you know. And I thought they said the Bosch culture from Elmo and down St. Ignatius, and seemed like there's no Ponder Rays or Staley's here. It's just meeting just for the Kootenays or what, you know? That's my question.
No, when you're here.
Sadie's online.
Yeah. No. This is an open meeting. So, you know, anybody is welcome to it. I never announced out there to everybody that we were going to come forward and present this, but it certainly isn't excluding anybody. It isn't, you know, the ones who I spoke to most was the Kootenai Elders Group. I mentioned it to Sadie yesterday that we was going to come forward, and if there was anybody from down there that wanted to come in and speak as well, that should be welcome. And now back to the hunting issue.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, this affects everybody culturally raised in their beliefs. They're permitting, you know,
I was the one that initiated that ferry basin closure. I went up there with the biologist. They wanted to know where the elk winter, so we snowshoed up there. And from then on, they closed it. And, but that was just to get them going again. And now, like Vernon said, they're all over the place. And, you know, culturally, when an animal presents itself like Vernon said, I was raised that way. You take it, whether it has horns or not. Certain times a year, you take different animals for this or that. And unless you're culturally raised, you won't understand that. You know, this affects your family. I was trying to explain stuff like that to you guys before. And we're slowly dwindling. And I hope you guys really take a look at that. That's something that needs to be really looked at and, you know, done away with on a lot of that. Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to state that Lasso Tasso Jr. fought for the Indian people to fight on the Aboriginal lands. And now we're fighting to hunt on our own lands. I don't think that's right. This is for cultural reasons. The council can't feed the whole tribe. We have to feed ourselves sometimes to continue surviving. Hey.
Greetings. Good to see you all. The chiefs is what it's supposed to be considered. That's who you are. And how many times and how many places have you used the term sovereignty in your upcoming and going along? I grew up on fried spuds and deer meat and kankupchi. We lived off that, the hills up there in Big Draw, up there in Big Meadows, those area, those places provided the food for us. The folks that raised me, they didn't have degrees. They were, and all they spoke was Aktmaknik. That's Katukani all the time. So I know a little bit of that. When they talk about Katuktak, that's what you're talking about in this thing here. Kaikak, that's what's in here. Kiakho, that's what's in here. Kankoa, that's what's in here. So those are things that are very dear to my understanding for those animal folks and the traditions that go with it. They provided songs for us. They provided other materials. within the lodges within the village. And so I look at this, one of the first things I would probably say is just leave it alone, back off. But on the other hand, we look at our land here on the reservation, and within the effects of COVID and everything, we have a population growth. Not only Indians, other Indians, white people, all that mixture that's there. And yes, they're making an impact. You know, we hear things about chronic wasting diseases. We hear all those kind of things that's affecting out there. But the thing that I'm concerned about that happens when things like this come up, one of the first things was the lake trout. When the lake trout was mistakenly helped to get in this lake, and that affected the bull trout. Bull trout is a traditional fish for the Kootenai. And through that process, the fish biologist locked fishing bull trout. So I looked at that as a piece of eroding piece of my sovereignty, eroding piece of my treaty rights, my fishing rights, hunting rights. That's how I'm looking at these kind of things here. You know, we surrendered already to the federal government. That's why we have a treaty. And that's what positioned you guys up there. Those kind of things. And as I was looking at this draft here, it looks like there was a lot of cutting and pasting. And I don't eat frogs. And there's a big component in here about bullfrogs, saving the bullfrogs, you know. And I thought, well, I don't know what that's for, but then can I still fish bull trout? We've been having MAC days for how long? We turned it into a game almost, that kind of a thing. And if you look at some of your history and what happened down on Yellowstone Lake down there, when they were infested with lake trout, they went right in and wiped those other fish right out of there. It took them right out and replaced them with the original fish. So then why can't we do that here? And we could continue fishing the bull trout. There's a couple of things in here. I want to just kind of go through this real quick. And, you know, it talks about the wild bison hunting, so forth. We have a bison range now, and I don't know if it's ever been named. Mr. Chairman, has it been named? He said that's a thing that we should have done something about that a long time ago. And what I'd like to see on top of that bison range and have that expanded up to the north side, up in Big Draw area, and have a buffalo up there also. That, you know, we get so many of them, then we can cull them down, feed the tribes here. There's something else that caught my interest in here, and it's on, it's called Part 5, Culture and Religion. And it goes on to talk about, it doesn't really touch too much on culture, and it touches on cremation. And it sounds like a whole NAGPRA issue to me. And so I was wondering about what was that all about? Why did we even consider that in a fish and gaming discussion here? But then on one hand, I think the first thought I thought is eliminate that piece, take it right out. But the second part, I thought about it, slept on it and dreamt about it. And I think we should stay with it, but then add and expand to it. The culture, traditions, language, and if we want the religion component in there, that would address the language into the departments.
we've pushed the language also, just like we push for other things. Right now, it lays on top of the Salish Culture Committee, and it lays on the Kootenai Culture Committee. Well, why can't we take it and integrate it into, example, the natural resources? Natural resources has what? Fish and game, water, all these little departments under it. Why can't we incorporate the language right into that? And so that these staffs can learn about what I mentioned here, what we said about Katkarupta, Kankova, Yakho, and Kaikak, those kind of things. I'd love to hear Les Everett start saying Napituk. He'll start saying woo first, but then the Napituk comes along. And then what's that guy's name over there also, that fishery guy, very handsome? I think that's his Indian name, right? Very handsome. Anyway, he could learn about Kyakhu, Tuhul, Matit, those kind of things like that. Those would be incorporated into the sub departments that's within the departments. So other than that, the whole season, the whole seasoning things of hunting season, it really racks my nerve, because I'm assuming it's going to be right beside how the state of Montana does theirs. So here we go, we're surrendering a part of that. I was going to ask the chairman, heck, we surrendered already. We have a treaty with the federal government. You might as well just go down to the capital of state of Montana and surrender to the state too. And we'll just copy and cut and paste that constitution to this constitution. Everything will be okay then. But since he's not here, I won't put it on you, Tom, and that's just a little piece of what I'm concerned about on this thing, because we're always fine as verbologists when we talk about treaty rights. We're sovereign. This is a sovereign nation. But when it comes down to doing something about it, you guys kind of sit still. You kind of shut up. You don't do nothing. So then this is what I'm kind of saying. We need you to do something about that and let our hunting rights continue. You know, those boys back then, like was mentioned earlier, you know, they fought, and we went to war in the courtrooms. When we go stand in the courtrooms, we're going to war. So each and every one of you need to understand that, and start asking who you going to go sweat with to help you out. Where you gonna go dance with to help you out. That's a surviving, even if we call it gaming regulations and so forth. I'll shut up for now. I'll stand in line. Aye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of council. What I'm here for today is exactly what the people behind me has been talking about. But the most important thing is, besides our spiritual way of life, our cultural way of life, is our treaty rights. That this council sitting before me shouldn't even consider a permit system. You know, our sovereignty is at stake, and you're putting it at stake. You're putting our treaty at stake. You have non-members on this reservation that would love to do away with our reservation and our so-called sovereignty. I don't know how many of you read the treaty lately or our Constitution, or even my uncle Junior Stasso's court case. You know, the tribes didn't step in and help him. He did it on his own as a tribal member. And none of this is thought about as the 7 of you sit here and you listen to our so-called professionals. You hired them for a reason, and they got to look at all aspects, and they haven't been. And one of the first things they should look at, anybody in this organization, tribal organization, should look at our treaty rights and our sovereignty and start acting upon it. You got the Lake County Commissioners that'd love to do away with us, with this council membership. You got the judge that feels the same way. Just last year, you had the non-member public wanting to save the lake. And then this comes before us, a lottery, a permit system. And it's time to look within yourself, each and every one of you, and look at the spiritual aspect that we're talking about here today. When you go out hunting, it's for a lot of different reasons. When you go out and you do see game and you shoot game. And it's important that you can't be walking over my uncle's case, Stasso versus Montana. You can't be walking under treaty rights that were signed in 1855. And you'll have your organization, your professionals tell you this is for the betterment of the wildlife. We're trying to save them. Well, so are we. We look after them. They look after us. It's not a simple thing as that you're going to trample my treaty right by telling me I have to have a permit. Years ago, back in the early 80s, my dad shot a moose. This tribal organization took it away from him. And all he was trying to do was feed his family because there was no hunting moose. What'd they do with that moose, I wonder? You guys wonder about that? What do you think they done with it? What did council do with it? What did the game wardens do with it? They throw it away, they process it, they give it away. Well, that's what my dad was trying to do, was feed his family. The prime example of what you're doing, even considering a permit system, let alone a lottery system. You have to look at it as a treaty right first to the members individually as well as collectively. You know, I was here a couple of weeks ago with Junior Kai. We're talking about a dock, about a sweat lodge. And this council sat here and they said things to Junior and I that, you know, well, yeah, we believe in you guys. We believe in spirituality. We believe in culture. And then I hear this week, you guys went ahead and said, go ahead and build a dock. And if you were to listen to people talking when Junior and I came in, your own professionals said they gave a blanket permit on 2 different lots. And besides that, that lot they were talking about was purchased by the tribes. And so a new permit system should have been done. One, none of you asked how come you did a blanket on 2 different lots when it was only asked for 1 back in '92. None of you asked your professionals about the full story of it all. And this is what's happening today with this, our biologists and stuff. Our reservation here is a winter range for moose, let alone elk and deer and whitetail, mule deer, blacktail. The whole northern end up there is all winter range, from Dog Lake all the way back to Big Meadows, if any of you guys know that country. You're going to see more moose in there in the fall and winter than you are during the spring and summer. They migrate. You might have a resident moose, but 99.99% of the time they migrate back to their summer ranges, their spring ranges when they calve out cows. You know, when they come up to the committee, elder committee, and talk to us, they said they made a flight. You know, when was that flight? What time of year? Why aren't these biologists going out and walking that country on both ends of the reservation? CP over here is a good place for moose, as well as the Jocko. Camas Prairie back up along the reservation line, National Forest is also a good place. Want to look at data, you can type in Fish, Wildlife, and Parks of Montana, you can get all the data you want and you think you need. Region 1 up here, where I hunt, I should say, the game killed from 2005 to 2022 hasn't diminished hardly at all. From 85 to 65 bull moose killed every year. And those are facts. And so when you look at these things, you've got to look all the way across the board and ask these questions. Or do a little typing yourself on the internet. But main thing you've got to look at is our treaty right. As a council, you have no right to weaken our treaty rights. None whatsoever. How many times have we won our cases on our treaty rights? And yet you're sitting here thinking about weakening it. You can type that up too, CSKT court cases. How many times is that brought up? Our treaty of 1855. And I don't take it lightly, and neither should you. And you should be asking these questions. They should be the first common questions you ask. It's an important thing to keep in front of you. We shouldn't have to come up here and talk to you about our spirituality and our cultural ways. Each and every one of you should practice them. You should go to your sweat lodges, to your winter lodges, and when they have them. It's never too late to go back to our old ways. I commented last time I was here a couple of weeks ago that there was just a handful that does that anymore. And it seems we have to fight for it every day now. And we shouldn't have to. When we're all done talking, I'd like to hear comments from each of you on why we should have a permit system. You know, some of the things our biologists might talk about is chronic wasting disease. There was 40 moose checked last year, not one of them had it. Not one. You can find that on the internet. There was 247 cases of it found in deer, but none in moose. You know, and it's good that we brought our wolf back. They take care of the sick out there. They eliminate them, so we don't have to eat those sick animals. That's their job. You know, it's talked about this earth here where we live on is getting overpopulated by humans. We're disregarding our wildlife. And we got to pay attention to them because they tell us things. They show us things. You can't eat fish out of this lake. You can't eat too many of them. No, you can't eat the moose, the deer, the elk, the bear. We have to work in unison with our wildlife here. Thank you. Good afternoon, council. My father sat on this panel 27 years. My father made decisions for the people. He always told me that things will never be good. When I leave this place, it's up to you to make sure that our culture ways are still going. If you guys don't know, my name is Kinmiki. In Kootenai, that means the one who walks the earth. I'm 51 years old, and I've walked almost every part of this reservation. I was raised in the Yak. I was raised in West Fisher, Holbridge. My dad was a nomad who worked for the tribe. He was a frontier for this tribe to work in unison with other entities, National Forest, DNRC, State of Montana. Well, my dad took a job as a game warden to come back here. He said that was his very first job that he really ever had in his life, and he took that seriously. My dad flipped off the back of a game warden truck because they were trying to get a deer away from the highway, a roadkill. It broke his back. So my dad had to revert to other things. He became a prevention officer, a preservation officer here with the res for the tribe. Everything my dad did was to protect this tribe. At 25 years old, an elder died in Elmo. And my father was summoned by the elders to a jump dance. They gave him a job, a lifelong job that he did till the day he died. So when these guys talk about culture, it's not one time you do it. We live it every day. I might not go into the sweat house every day outside my house, but I smudge and I pray to my Nupika to give my people, not only myself, but my people, a better way of life, happiness. Give them the good foods, all the materialistic needs they need to sustain in life. I do that because I was raised in a cultural aspect of life. My father was a medicine man. My father was a tribal leader within our tribe. My father was a councilman. He always told me that he had so many hats, but he only wore one. And that's the cowboy hat that he has on in his picture up there. That cowboy hat testified in front of Senate, testified in front of Congress for rights, NEGPRA rights for this tribe. So when it come down to hearing this, it was my time of calling. I wrote you guys a letter in hopes that you guys could understand my point of view. 4 men went to Sealy on a hunting trip. The Siapis gathered them up and hung them in Sealy.
And all they were doing is going to hunt on their Aboriginal lands. My cousin has the story in his house. The caption reads, "They're all good Indians now," when they're hung in the street of Sealy. Their names were Pierre Paul, Antley, Pa Scully, and Lala C. All they was doing what they do in life. What we do is survive. They were trying to hunt. Then down the way, Lasso Stasso Jr. shot an animal in the state of Montana, incarcerated him, charged him with that. And like Leonard said, he did it upon himself to go to court to fight for his right within this treaty that we have. The treaty gives us the exclusive rights of hunting, fishing, and gathering, so we as Indian people can sustain a way of life without having to ask the government. When we start talking about permit systems, it takes away the exclusive right to practice what we were given within our treaty to becoming a selective right. That selective right is a violation of our treaties due to the wording that the federal government and our tribal leaders, my great-great-grandfather, Chief Custara, signed. Being raised in Libby, one of our very most food sources was moose. If you haven't lived in Libby, you got to realize that the snow at times gets 4, 5, 6 feet deep. You're not going to get in the mountains. You're not going to do nothing. My dad would shoot moose. Why? Because it took it through the whole winter. My dad didn't have to hunt here, hunt there, hunt there, hunt there, hunt there just to sustain. But growing up, my father taught me certain things. My grandma Adeline taught me certain things about hunting. I shot my first deer at 7 years old. That first deer went to a gathering. My son is 4 years old, and he got his first deer, and I sent it to the jump dance. He's my carrier of my culture, of my rights. Not only is he a carrier of his rights, but of all 7,000, 8,000, 10,000 tribal members that we have here. The exclusive rights that we have is meant to give us sustainability in life. They didn't see the big picture of how modern society grows. In modern society, sometimes we put our cultural sides aside for that moment, for that day, to get what we need to do to provide for our families, go to a job. But when we leave our job and I go home, I'm thankful to go home because that's my covet. That's where I feel the most secure because of my spirituality. I was given a job at 7 years old when I shot that first deer, and that job is going to be passed to my son. To be a hunter for the people. My grandma Adeline gave me that title when I was young. And everybody always sits there and, oh, he gets the biggest deer, oh, he gets that. And the reasons why I'm saying this is because my grandma had a vision when that new hall in Elmo came in. I am to put so many animals of these animals in that building to sustain for our tribal people. I am to put a bighorn sheep in there. I am to put a white-tailed deer in there. I am to put a mule deer in there. I am to put elk in there. And I am to put moose in there. I am to put a mountain goat in there. There's a bear in there. These things are culturally significant to us. And the reason why we put them in there, she wanted it, is to help the tribal people for this right of this treaty, so we can still have the exclusive right of hunting, providing, taking fish, gathering roots and everything. Not only on this reservation, but our whole Aboriginal territories. I had a meeting a couple weeks ago about trapping. And there's somebody in this building that was in that meeting with me that heard everything that was being said. I asked Whisper straight out, so what's up with this moose stuff? Oh, well, we got to put it in there because the population's going down. The population's going down. How do you figure that? Oh, well, we took a flight. I said, well, how many did you find in Boulder? She said 0. 0. I said, so how much time did you guys spend in there? What is it? Oh, well, we took one flight because, you know, it's pretty spendy and all this. I was like, one flight is not going to do it. I have game cameras I put on trails, on old roads, in water sources. And I can bring that data to them. But why is it my job as a tribal member to do that when our biologists are paid to get these numbers? Why is it that they want to take it away because some skewered number that the state give them? Well, if you guys didn't know, the very first time they did this, put that moose thing in there, the very next year, the state of Montana upped their non-resident moose quota for commercial hunting. So is it our job to give them our data from our reservation so they can go out and obsolete our Aboriginal territories? I don't think that's right. Because every day of my life, and I could say this, 90% of my life has been in the mountains. 5% of my life has been working. The other 5%'s been playing. Whatever other time is in there is wasted time in my world. I live a cultural life. I have a sweat house and I live a spiritual life. I was raised that way. Like my Uncle Vernon said, at sometimes a moose will present itself. But someone who's making these decisions decides to put a permit on it and say, no, you can't take that, you can't provide for your family. In my Indian way, that makes it harder for me to provide for not only my family, but our people. Because if it's doing that to me, then that's going to do that to you. I'm not here today for myself. I have 9,000 tribal members on this reservation that this is going to affect. I used to go to these mountains to hunt mountain goats. And then the state brings in numbers and says there's only 77 of them. I asked Shannon Claremont a couple questions. He said, oh, well, we take aerial flights. When do you take your aerial flight? Oh, well, we take it in the winter time. Oh, so you're gonna go out there and you're gonna fly around, look for a white goat in the snow and tell me how many there is. Well, we can see the tracks better and this and that. You know what? Me and my son hiked up here to Mud Lakes and we counted 27 that year, right after he told me that. We counted 27 in one draw, let alone 5 different billies around us. And we have how many draws down this? But when I did my research on it, it was because the state has a management plan up there on the op side over there off the reservation. That they have studies going and all that because the goat population is going down. But if you ever go back and look at Region 1 and stuff, that's open to hunting. They close certain things off. But if you look at the whole thing, it's commercial hunting. So are they using our data to skewer the numbers so they can use it to commercialize our natural resources? I used to go up there and hunt it. My father told me, the white man on top of the mountain wants you to go get him, and you bring him back to my house. He needs to come in here. If you didn't know, that goat has a serious, special spirit in him. Nobody touches him because he's in the high mountains. That's why he's there. Only the few and select make that journey to go get that animal. Kind of counterproductive for us to sit here and put a permit system in when this whole time, this whole system has been okay. It's counterproductive. Saying, oh, well, we're just going to shut it off and just give you a permit and this and blah, blah, blah. When these guys, when these biologists are actually not getting out there and walking in the mountains. 35 years of my life, I've been in the mountains almost every day hunting, blah, 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 this and that, cutting firewood, picking berries, fishing, everything. And not once in my entire life have I seen a biologist up there, ever. I see forestry. I see game warden. But not once have I seen a biologist. When I talked to Whisper about this, I ended up having to talk to Kaylee Durgalo. And I asked Kaylee about the moose. Oh, well, we're trying to get the population up. I said, well, what are you doing? Oh, well, we're going to try to get a permit system in because the numbers are low. I don't care about your numbers being low. What are you doing as a biologist to be proactive in enhancing our population? What is your job? What are you doing? Oh, well, there's a study, you know, in Colorado and blah. Yeah, I already know that study's on. But I can tell you, you know what that study is? Is the beaver. The beaver is very vital to the moose. He builds dams and the moose go down there and they eat that fauna, the flora. That's their main food source. They eat water, aquatic plants. In the wintertime, if you didn't know, they go up and they eat the buds off all the new growth of all these plants and all the willows and everything. It doesn't nurture them, it just keeps them full so they can sustain life through it. So when we talk about moose, it really kind of gets to me because my father was on the council and it come down and it really chapped him that they put a permit system in there. And he said the reason why it really got to him is because they just pierced our treaty. our own people. They pierced it by making it a selective right. That's why I am going to do everything and I can in my power to plead. And like my dad said, you never beg, because beggars never get anything in life. You work for what you want and what you need. So it's my job to put forth my knowledge of these mountains. I have more hours, field hours, than probably all of your biologists put together. I know where the elk go. I follow the elk. Why? Because I pick their antlers up. I follow the deer. Why? Because I pick their antlers up. I also do that because I'm out there hunting the wolf, like Leonard said. These things were put here for us. When I get a wolf, that wolf is going into my house as a spiritual thing, not for pleasure. Culture and spirituality is what we live on. That's why it really boggles me in the head to see all these people, and I understand and I see what they went through to school, because I went to a little bit of wildlife at the college and everything, and it was not for me. Why? Because you're bound by what other people have to say and not what you were taught. They say you can't do this when you was taught this is how you do this. I also asked Whisper what the Kootenai people said. She told me that they were against a lottery and against a permit system. And as you heard a couple people here say, they are against it. If we're going to go that route, then our biologists need to do their due diligence and get out there and start walking around the mountains and start finding out and start knowing our fauna on the reservation, inside and out, and not read textual BS and not read data, because those are only numbers. I feel that we should, as a tribe, employ a lot more tribal members that have the knowledge and the know-how to get these data and numbers. There's a lot of people on this reservation that know a lot about hunting. They know where animals are. One flight a year, to me, does not cut it. Because why? That airplane, I work in fire control. I was on heliTAC. I know what the capabilities of a helicopter are in Higgy and out of Higgy. In Higgy is when you're going in and you got to sit there and be able to sit there and do all this and do all that. When you got different drafts and all this and down drafts and this. Out of Higgy is when they're flying. There's no way they can do in Higgy in Boulder. Reason why is there's too much wind, too much stuff up there. If you notice that those fires blew up, they couldn't get aircrafts in there but airplanes, which are DC-4s, DC-3s. But I also think that it's not right that these biologists bring these recommendations to you guys and then give it for public comment on the 29th of February, because March 1st is when that goes all into effect. If they wanted to do this kind of stuff, they should have started last year in March and talked with both of the culture committees. And what really gets me is that the culture committees are on Wednesdays down south, first Wednesday of every month. Guess what? Well, up north is the same thing too. So you got what? They're gonna go down there 1 month, and then the very next month, they're gonna go up there and then turn around. The next month, they're gonna say, oh, well, the Kootenays said, no, this is what we're gonna do. There is no negotiations. I feel both culture committees, elders committees, and you as tribal council all need to be in the same room, drinking the same water. That way we can get these things hashed out without everybody talking behind somebody's back and all this and that. Because you know what? It does happen. I can tell you right now, right at my work, damn Kootenays up north, well, all they do is fucking bitch around. Well, I wonder why. Yeah, our fires blew up. Yes, guess what? Put our whole family, put everybody's thing in danger. Yeah, we are gonna bitch around. But it's not for just because we want to. It's because there's reasons. I watched those fires blow up. Those guys sat there for 2.5 hours on that Nirata fire, didn't do jack until the jumpers came in, dropped them off, and then guess what? Turned it over to them so our fire control can go out and just patrol around. That's a resource, just like this moose. And that moose needs that resource. Just like fire. You need fire. You need a spark, you need a fuel, and you need oxygen to make fire. In hunting, in wildlife, you need food, you need shelter, and you need water. Take any one of those away, guess what? You don't have an identity. You don't have nothing there. So I don't think that the biologists are doing their due diligence and making sure that our population is up. I don't think they're doing anything. I want to know what they're doing to enhance this. Because it should be their first priority is to try to enhance it, not just by permit system and this and that and counting, blah, blah, blah. Because you know what? I'm just going to tell you, my uncle lives in Cle Elum, Washington. He gets a moose tag. He might come over here once a year and might not see a moose. And he has to turn that moose tag in with a 0 on there because he didn't get it. And he might only come here for one time to shoot what? A deer? That's what Vernon's talking about, opportunistic times. When it presents yourself. These animals are spirits. And if we don't learn to take care of them, the Kakushnam Nipika is going to take it right away from us. And they'll make it obsolete. Us as people, you as tribal council, all other 9,000 of us as a people, they can abolish it. It's your job to be the stewards of this. Not to steward me, but to steward the government to protect these resources. These resources are just not something that's out there that we go out and do. These resources are there for reasons. It provides us for things in our lives. This moose, a moose, got my boy to be the first person in my family, my mother's family, to graduate from a university. My dad gave my son something from a moose when he was 12 months old. And I still have that thing in my life that I gave to my son so he can succeed at everything he does. But I think it'll be a drastic and give us irreparable harm, man, if you guys sit back and think that everything's all right and we'll just go to a permit system or a lottery system or shut it down and this and that. Because you're not only gonna take food off of my table, you're gonna take food off of a lot of people's table. And when I'm up here speaking, I'm not only Kootenai, I'm Salish too, because my family is half and half. My great-great-great-grandma was Agnes Vanderburg. My great-great-great-papa is Chief Custara. So I think that we need to ask these biologists their due diligence questions before you guys make a decision on this. And the decision I'm going to request is that you leave it be. Because it's not broke. I saw 5 moose this year. I was happy to take 1 moose. My wife was happy because you know what? The last 3 years, I haven't been able to really hunt moose or anything, and that's the first one that we saw. In the times that we did see them in hog heaven, everything, we didn't have a permit. And it shouldn't be that way. Remember those words in our treaty. Exclusive and within. We were given the right to govern our resources here within the reservation. That's our job. We were given the exclusive rights to hunting, fishing, and gathering within that treaty. So with all that, I think I'm done because I took up half everybody's time here, and Vernon said we only had a half hour, right, Vernon? And so, but I want you to look deep in your soul, your heart, soul, everything about this. And I'm going to tell you what one of my buddies just told me just a little while ago, and he's like, well, I hope they don't give us permit system. He says, because that's bullshit. I'll just take it anyways. And I don't want that to happen because why? Then it's going to be a court case fighting over our own damn treaty rights and our own exclusive right of taking our own animals. Like my uncle Leonard said, we know when we can shoot animals. We know when we can shoot a female. We know when we can do that, when we can't, why we can't. That's the respect Tunaha, Xanka people have for these animals. Because we were raised to be the stewardship of them. Right.
Where's Carol and Martin and Dolson? Were they up today?
Martin is representing the tribes at the, used to be the Flathead Basin and the Upper Columbia River group. It's combined into one. They're meeting at Quatucknuck all day today. Carol is on personal leave. And Mike is representing this in DC at the negotiated rulemaking.
I'm actually on.
Oh, Martin's on. I'm sorry, Martin's on, he's zooming in.
I was just saying that because when, Whisper and National Research, when they get in the airplane and go fly over their area to count moose, they're in the same situation that council, they're not there today. So they can't count. They fly over an area, they count 5 moose, well, we better do a permit system, there's only 5 moose up there. Well, the other 50 moose were out doing something just like these 3. They weren't there that day. But what do? We take their word for it and we throw a permit system at people. These animals are pretty smart creatures. A while ago, when I was growing up, being raised by my parents, my aunties, my uncles, and just the people in our community, what they lived on was what was in these mountains. The things they used these animals for, it wasn't just for food. It wasn't just for materials. You talk about culture and religion, where's it at in the regulations? Where's that at? Did they come here and get your guys' advice on these regulations? Did they get your input on the culture of the components of this regulation? Did they get that from you guys? So just a show of hands, who would vote yes for the regulations as they sit? Just to raise a hand, who would vote for? Oh, so we don't have to worry, we can go home, it's not gonna pass? Nobody would vote for it right now?
Oh, so Junior, part of the due process for us, at least for me, is to hear this. Me as an individual, our rights are superior to state rights. And so the best thing for us is to have regulations like we have for deer and elk. And that's the way we wish it would be for moose. Really, it's the common practical lessons that you learn from your family through thousands of years. So that's never changed. That is the goal that we would love to have. And other than restoring an animal population that's diminished, which I agree with about the Ferry Basin, that's a classic example of a success story that I would advocate for. Yeah, really not having any regulations there at all. Restore it back like the rest of we hunt elk everywhere else. But so part of the due diligence, though, is to scope out the issues specifically just for the reservation population of moose, and that's what they were doing. And so this is what this has stimulated. I personally stated that I wouldn't do that until the purpose of sharing information with the state was for them to pull back their moose harvest first, before we ever think about restricting our harvest of moose. So that's one of the goals for sharing data with the state of Montana. In some places, they automatically removed moose hunting completely in some of their districts, like the 9 Mile area. They said, we're not going to hunt moose there. The state's not going to hunt moose there off the reservation. We're leaving that for the tribes to harvest in that area. So it's that what comes first. So that's my concern. That hasn't been demonstrated. I know exactly what some members have mentioned about off-reservation moose hunting by the state of Montana. I'm fully vetted and aware of that. And that's a deep consideration. Before I ever want to restrict our membership in hunting any game species that is part of our treaty rights, the state should be hunting 0 before we get to 0. And that's nowhere near what we're facing today. So what we want to do, though, is make sure that goes along with protecting that treaty rights is to make sure the animals are there for us to harvest. So it's an empty promise. The treaty is an empty promise if the game isn't there. If the bull trout aren't there to fish or the moose aren't there to harvest, it's not fulfilled. It's not a treaty right anymore because there's no animals left. So to restore and make sure the animals are there, that's a key part of us protecting and securing our treaty rights. That's what I also look forward to. And so I'm a strong component, strong supporter of maintaining viable populations so they don't diminish, so we don't lose that subsistence use and that treaty right. So numbers are good. And having information from our membership of where animals are, that's a critical component for, I think, wildlife management. And I think that's necessary. So, you know, information like Oski has or anybody has about what they saw, what they observed, that's valuable information for wildlife management. It's actually critical information. Yeah, you can do one aerial count. You know, statistically, that might only be 75% of what you would normally expect to see. It's really a variable thing. Depends on weather, depends on all kinds of things, time of year, all kinds of variable things. Multiple flights are usually necessary. So it's a snapshot in time of that day, of that moment, of what you saw. Does that mean that it fully represents what the population of moose is on the reservation? Absolutely not. It gives you a trend, it gives you an indication of something different. Other things go to the stories of people, well, I haven't gotten one in a while, I haven't seen one in a while, you know, that kind of thing. But no, there was no way I would suggest that we do anything than what we have already done, that, you know, where we're at right now. Yeah, I wouldn't. But that's me personally, because I know what the state's doing. And so that would be me. You know, I can't speak for the rest of the council. That's the way I feel about it. So, but
This is, I think, why we're meeting is so you guys can get more insight.
well, this is great. This is absolutely wonderful. Yeah.
The culture part of it.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen you say nothing about the culture, the ways of our people. Like this chief sitting up here, you know, has the moose shirt on, you know, that's just telling you right there in this office here. Why this chief up here wears that stuff, you know? So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, yeah, the numbers, you know, you guys go by the numbers. And we are traditionalists here. We all watched our parents and grandparents hunt. They sacrificed a lot to go get what they can bring in. There's a lot of things that culturally that you have to praise those people that did that kind of thing. You know, and to put a permit system on the moose, on the elk, you know, I believe that's way wrong. What the numbers say is way wrong. You know, up here in Irvin Flats, I see 600, 700, 800 elk running around over there in the private land. And still, you guys, Ferry Basin, you guys close that down to hunting. You know, I believe that's wrong. I don't think we have a shortage on elk. Not when I see 700 elk running around up at Camas Ferry, 500, 600 in Irvin Flats. Now we have a permit for elk to go to Ferry Basin. I think that's wrong. Now we got the bison range. I wish you guys would open up Ferry Basin and no hunting on the bison range. That's what you guys should do. Put it back the way it was. We have people that live by that. We have people today spiritually that use all these animals, the parts of an animal. In ceremony, they're told to go get something. Well, they can't because it's not hunting season. That's infringing on my rights right there. I can't go do that because I have to go get a permit to do it. Well, I can't get a permit now because it's on a lottery. If I draw a permit, I can't put my name in it for 3 years. What does that tell us? When we're told to go get something and use it in this way, we can't. We can't because of the white man laws you guys adopt. Like the other day, that sacred land up in Elmo where they're building a dock. You guys have the right to stop it. Did you know? Now you want to go to a permit system on the Moose. How does that make us feel? We're Indians here. Everyone back here, we're all Indians. We have rights here. You guys are here to help us with these rights. That's why you're sitting up there. To help us, Indians. And I'm not seeing that anymore. I'm not seeing it. Why aren't I seeing this? Why do we have to come in here for this stuff? They should be coming to us. After they come to you, then they should come to us and see if we want to finalize it or not you guys. Pretty tough. Treaty. You know, you guys are protecting the wrong people. You're protecting a frog over us. We're the Indians that you guys should be helping. They shouldn't allow this to go through. Any chief today would say, no, I don't ever want you guys to bring that in here. You leave it out there. Don't take it in here. I don't want to hear it. That's what these chiefs would say right here. So we have to get real. We have to think about, you guys have to think about us in our ways, our cultural, our values. Not by the biologist's values. What about us? Talk to us. There's ways we can work around what a biologist comes to you and tells you. Come to us. We'll give you our concerns, what you guys can do and how you can handle it. That don't happen today. You guys go by their word. You go by our word? No, you don't. We need you guys to help us. I don't like coming here and talking like this. This is not junior kayak. I just wish you guys would do the right things. Vote on the right things and help us. Letting non-tribal members go help a member get a bison. What is that? A non-member shouldn't even be helping any one of us. A non-tribal member going out with a member hunting and pulling their game in. Yes, there are people that can't do that. Well, forgetting about family then, because that's what family does for family. That's what family does for your elders. They go do that kind of work. They don't come in here and get it passed by a council to go out there and help this tribal member get an elk or a moose or a bison. What I read in the regulations, a white man or whoever can go with you to go get a buffalo. They can't shoot it, but they can go out there and gut it and skin it and drag it back to your car. You guys let them. Then you brag about our treaty rights. Then you give it away. I wonder why we're always in court. So I really want you to think about this permit system. It's not for us. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
We sat back there, or I sat back there, just took the moment to listen. To listen to what my elders were saying. To listen to their comments, to listen to their concerns. And I understand every one of those, because again, that's the way I was taught and that's the way I was raised. That's the way I will continue to raise my children and one day my grandchildren. While listening, the one question that come to my mind, what priority is given to our cultural views?
Wait, can you turn your mic on? There.
Push the talk button, is that what it meant?
I'm sorry, Jen, I can't see that microphone from here. The screen's in my way.
Again, I repeat that question. What priority is given to our cultural views? Our cultural significance shall be the highest priority. We are Indian people. That's why we're here still. Because of our culture. Because of those beliefs. There are families that aren't here anymore because they went away from those. They no longer exist today. Because they moved away from those cultural beliefs. They took those cultural beliefs under advisement. And under advisement, there are impacts, cultural impacts, because somebody will tell you something that they saw or they were told to speak about. And the person that takes them under advisement does exactly that. That's all I want to do, one in one ear and one out the other ear. We have an opportunity to make a change. We have an opportunity to take what's being told and make the right choice. This is all happening for a reason. And many of our own people today live in poverty. They can't afford the luxury of beef or chicken or pork or all of those other luxurious game out there. By putting some type of lottery system into place, you continue to push our people lower and lower and lower by taking access away from the food that gets put on their table. You continue to restrict the food sources that many of the people on our reservation need. They don't desire it, they need this. This is a necessity to survive. And you're going to put a restriction on that. And that is going to impact the lives of many, many people.
I also sit back there and I listen about how Ferry Basin's a success and how the numbers say everything is becoming healthy. My number is 0. My number is 0. That's how many times I've been lucky enough to be drawn for the Ferry Basin permit. 0. Yes, that impacts my ability to provide for my family. That impacts my ability to provide for my elders. I may never get to hunt in Ferry Basin according to the structure that is in place right now. I may never be lucky enough. Sure, I can take a ride up there. Sure, I can go do this. I can go do that. But my number is 0. If we do this to moose, my number will still be 0. And I still may not be lucky enough to ever hunt a moose in my lifetime again. We hunt moose. We go out there. We may or may not see them. Sometimes we see 2 or 3 of them. Yes, we go after them. And to this day, my number is still 0, but I see them out there. I have access to them. I have an opportunity to get them, to provide for my family, to put food on the table. I do not qualify for federal, state, or tribal food programs. But you know what I do qualify for? I qualify to go up into our mountains and to hunt. That's what I get. That's what I qualify for. And now this structure goes in place. I do not qualify for that anymore. How is that fair to me? How is that fair to everybody else? I understand that we have to restore our moose herd health. I understand that. But what alternatives are there other than this one? What was presented before you other than this one? What's the issue here? What's the issue? What's declining our moose population? It's not hunters. Maybe it is. But there are other issues that contribute to this. So maybe we need to address those issues. If wolves are issues, then let's address that issue. We can do our due diligence and go back and find all of these different alternatives, but we need to know the issues so we can find a solution to solve those issues. This is probably the easiest issue, and that's why it's sitting here in front of us. But we need to go back and put the work in. I've heard it before. What alternatives are there? What was the other methods of solving this? We don't know. I don't know. I just seen these regulations come in front of us. And that's taken away from my ability to put food on the table for my family. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I just wanted to come up here and give what I was just back there listening. You know, this is what I heard. I heard these comments, these concerns. And I put it into my perspective because this affects me as an individual. Because I don't have the luxury I don't meet the requirements to qualify for other programs. But I do meet this requirement. I do have access and I do have an opportunity to be in the mountains. to hunt for this wild game. My recommendation is to not move forward with this structure system. Because again, my number is 0 for Ferry Basin. And my number will start at 0 when this structure, or if this structure goes into effect. And I may not be the luckiest person in the world, but I do not want my number to be 0. And there will be a lot more zeros out there than mine. And the impacts that this structure will cause won't just affect me, but it'll affect everybody in this room and all of our families and all of the people that we work for. My recommendation is to not use this structure, but to find an alternative method to increasing the moose population on our reservation. That's my recommendation. I know there's alternatives. There's never just one way. I don't want us to take the easiest way out when it's going to impact so many other people. People that we care for, people that we love, people that we support. We just don't do it because we have a reason. Our reason is our family. Our reason is our elders. Our reason is our people. Let's not put our people into a deeper poverty level because we restrict their food resources. Let's find an alternative method to this issue so we can come up with a better solution. We have a lot of smart people in our tribe, and I know there's someone out there that can find that alternative, that can reach somebody else, that has the networking ability to talk to somebody else, to find out what's a better method than this. Again, my recommendation is to not put this structure into place, but to find an alternative method. Thank you.
Hey, Joel, can I ask you a question? Do you choose not to hunt cow elk in Ferry Basin?
I'm not picky. I've never been taught to be picky.
Well, that's open season at cow elk.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the bull elk that the tag is.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep. I understand that.
okay.
Meeting Chairman, members of the council. I'm gonna make mine kind of short and sweet here. About 20 years ago, I was able to take my mate out hunting for a moose. We didn't hunt here on the res. Some of you guys have traveled Highway 2, practicing my treaty rights. It's off the reservation. When you go off the reservation, you gotta watch out there because it's so checkerboarded out there. We went all night, drove all night looking for Nitsnupko. Finally, we pulled off the road and went to sleep. Next morning, we got up. I don't know where she was looking, but I seen it and it was on her side of the vehicle. And I stopped. I said, right there. So she got behind the truck. And here she is, just a wobbling her gun. I could see her gun just a wobbling. She shot and missed. And this kind of goes along with Vernon and some of Francis and the stories about that animal. I told her, lean up on the truck so you can balance the gun. She leaned up on the truck and boom, she hit it. All right, she got her moose. I went over and I started gutting it, looking for the bullet hole. said, where did you shoot it? She said, in the neck, I think. I got the neck gutted out. It's pretty hard in the neck area. The hide's pretty thick. I still couldn't find a bullet hole. I thought, wow, did you just scare this animal to death? It fell over for you? She shot and she hit it right through the earlobe, right through the ears where you couldn't see the hole. And that was about 20 years ago. I guess I'm just gonna ask that you guys leave it as it be. This body that sits here makes a lot of decisions for 9,000 people. I'll ask my buddy Jim Molitor and James. You remember the motion I made to a motion that was made up here? After it got passed, we were still sitting there arguing about it. That can't be happening up there. You need to really think about these things that you're making decisions on. Especially when it comes to our culture and our treaty rights. We can't just think in our mind that it's going to be okay. Oh, let's just vote it, we'll push it through. These can't be happening. They can't be happening for the future of our children and our grandchildren. They're going to be hurt by decisions that are made by this body. You have the power to make your own decisions. You don't have to listen to your biological people there that come in and say, oh, we went through all this, we need you guys to pass it. No, you guys need to take a little time to read these things. A lot of the people that sat up there before you guys, including myself, didn't have an education. Because my elders, the people that sat up there years ago, maybe didn't have an education either, but they had common sense. Common sense in their beliefs and their ways, beliefs in their culture is the only reason you guys survive. Is the only reason we survive. I'm hoping that in the future, my grandchildren will still be able to use their treaty rights and their sovereign rights as members of this tribe here. Decisions can't be made too fast. A lot of things come through here. I happened to be the only one sitting in the building the day this big old stack of papers come in. I told them I'm going to look through them. If they're needed today, then I might sign them. I said, other than that, I'm waiting for a vice chair and chair to get back. Sometimes that's where we make our mistake, is we allow some of our people to come in here and say, oh, we need this done today. Or we lose this money. Our survival is out there in the mountains. Not the money all the time. So I guess, slow down with decisions that are gonna hurt, that could possibly hurt our future when it comes to our treaty rights and our sovereign rights. Many of decisions will come through here that will be tagged to our sovereign rights, that will be tagged to our treaty rights, to our spiritual rights. You have two bodies out there that you need to probably start confiding in. Make them aware. Let them be a part of your decision. They're not gonna lie to you. They've been here long enough to understand some of these things that come through here, and the two culture committees ain't involved. They need to be involved. Hey.
Somebody can call me up. Yeah, I'm happy you guys, put a bunch come up as one, It's pretty good. We should all be like that. The Kootenays, the Pondereys, the Salish, should always be one. Seems like there's something that's always cutting us off. And even the Pondereys and the Salish. I'm Ponderay. That's what Pete Beaverhead, Alexander Beaverhead told me. So today I'm here, I don't know why I'm here for. Yesterday we had a meeting, elders meeting, and they told me to show up here, So I showed up and I thought I was the wrong meeting, that's why I asked you. Is this a Kootenai meeting or what, I'm glad, you guys all have a voice. And elder, I see, and we got a couple elders here. The laws, this is Indian country here. And seeing like the white people, the government are telling us what to do and what not to do, I've been at GOSAM for 21 years, And when Pat Pierre was still alive, we had 3 children and 2 teachers, and I finally, a year later, I got on there. And I and Pat, we had a thing that we're gonna teach Indian, just Indian. Just talk Indian language. But the government said we got to have white teachers in there. You have to teach whatever, And the thing is, I told Pat, I said, I guess we're gonna have to teach arithmetic and all this, And back to the hunting ways, The deer and the bear and the elk and all of them wasn't here. I mean, you had to go way up there to get them, Get your deer, your animals, And now they're telling us that, I don't know who's telling us, but I always say the white people, they're telling us what to do and not to do, And this is our country, This is who we are, And I'm a full-blood Ponderay, And I'm one of the lucky ones that I had Alexander Beaverhead, Pete Beaverhead, and all these people that raised me traditional ways, language. So that's what I'm doing now for 21 years. Like I said, we had 3 children. Now we got 55 children teaching. And I know the Kootenays got some, but they're going too, you know. But the thing is about hunting, you know, yesterday at that meeting, I was kind of sad. I said, what do you do with those deer when they walk into the town of Polson? They trap them and they smash them, they said. That's how they get rid of them. That's what I heard. Is that right? Yeah, he was at our meeting. That's not right, you know. We can't go do this, we can't do that. In here, they're smashing our animals, you know. They're not animals, they're close to the people, you know. And that's not right, you know. Because they got nowhere to go up in the mountains, people are moving up there, so the animals the deer are coming down, bears coming down, and they're all coming down here, you know. Why could they do that, you know? You know, it's really sad when I heard that yesterday. You know. They said they ag them in, you know, the deer in this trap. You know, there's a lot of things I don't know, you know. I've been raised the old ways, the Ponderay way raised, you know, the medicine ways, the Blue Jay ways, you know. I'm one of the lucky ones. You know, when you get older, that's why I like to say I'm 84 years old. And my elders used to say, you're gonna know how it is when you get old, you know. Elder, if you got a good life, you know, and you're that. And today, you know, my wife was sick, I was sick. Who is going to come and help me, you know? There's a lot of people out there needs help, you know. Elders, you know. And when Pat Pierre was working yet, he used to go out and visit the elders. What do you need? What do we need? You know, today, I asked down here could we help out, you know, for things like that? No, we can't help you, you know, you have to come down and we'll help you out. You have to fill out papers. That's not right, you know. Then today I hear people say, I respect the elders, you know. No, they don't, you know. Few years ago, when I was cutting wood, I couldn't make it up in the mountains. Went to get my commodities. And when I lined up there, these people look like white people. They're all lined up, you know. And I said, I want some help. I want to get my commodities. Well, how much money do you make, you know? You know, how much money you make. I hear you're working and stuff, papers. Now it's short $1. Not the commodities, but whatever you call it. You get money, you know. And they won't give it to me. I said, why don't I just give you $1 and give me whatever, you know? So we can't do that. You know these laws, you know. White man laws, they're not our laws. A long time ago, we did have Indian laws. I remember that, you know. It's sad, you know. It's sad, you know. I always wished, you know, I watched my elders, you know. They were really respected, you know. You could do this, we'll get your cup of coffee, we'll get you donuts, you know. It's different today, you know, young people, you know. So today I'm here to talk about hunting and a lot of things are wrong, you know. You know, you guys, I always say you guys got the power, you know. But you say, well, I come here a lot of times. We talk about these things, you know. That I hope some of these days you realize, you know, you're going to get old. You're going to get old. Especially you, you're going to get old. Where's our chairman? We got no chairman. Here, I voted for him. That's just a joke. You know, I like to kid around. I got some followers, you know. They're all here. You know. You know, it's a thing, you know, happiness. My elders used to say happiness is a good medicine, you know. Es mi one away. Chinchinos. It's kind of good question. And we talk Indian, you know. My elders used to say, Indian talking is the strongest than Suyapi talk, you know. And I didn't get an education, you know. I don't mess around with this stuff, you know. I should have. But today I'm here. I'm glad the Kootenays are here. You know, I got nothing against them, you know. I lived in Elmo for a couple of years. Yeah.
All right, it's gonna get rough here. I'm gonna,
No, I'm not
actually, I have a 3 o'clock, I actually have to leave.
I'm not lying. I can't
Turn it over to
believe
you.
that. You ask some of the elders, you know, I lived there, you know, they even gave the Kootenays a name for my mom. Yeah, Francis knows. But trying to hide, Francis. You know as I stayed there, you know. And I got nothing against them, you know. Because I'm Ponderay, I had to haul around before we got. First time they put the one up, it was a Blackfeet picture. I said, that's not my chief. Yeah. But today I'm here, you know, to listen to problems. I got problems. I'm elder. When we're both sick, you know, me and my wife, we had nobody to help us out. She couldn't drive, I couldn't drive, you know. You guys will find out, you know, some of these days. That's why I voted for you guys in here. We voted for you guys, all of us. Help them out, you know. Now, you know, I always come and bawl you guys out. It's when I walk out, it's gone. We'll have a meeting. No meeting. I want it right now if you could help me out. All of us, right? Yeah. You can't help us out, well, just say no. Oh, we have to have a meeting. Where's Tom? He left.
He had an appointment. He had a doctor's appointment he had to go to.
So anyway, I just want to tell you about the deer, the bear. They're close to the Indian people too, you know. You know, I come a long ways, a lot of us elders, you know, medicine ways and all that, you know. So today I just come here and And I thought we were gonna talk about the eagles, what we could shoot, what we can't shoot, you know. That's why I come here, so. And I thank you guys. And another thing I want to ask the councilman, you should have a couple councilmen always come to the elders meetings. So we'll know what's going on, you know. Then you guys gonna find out what's going on at the elders, you know. Should. That's mine. And I thank you then. I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you. Hope I didn't embarrass anybody.
Hello, I'm Willie Birthmark and I'm Salish. Just get that out front. I'm glad I was reached out to by a couple of the Kootenai elders to attend this meeting because I was unaware of it. I'm dead set against this hunting changes. I hunt to feed my family and they've already touched on the cultural and all the other aspects. When I go up to Natural Resources to get my tags, they got the numbers right on the walls and how many animals are harvested. Excuse me. And I don't think I've ever seen more than 6 moose listed on that wall. And I think this year there was only 3 harvested. I think they had wrote on the wall. They're at Natural Resources permitting. So I don't know what numbers you guys are thinking of putting on lottery. And I don't think we should have a lottery on that. Oski said earlier, once they did the permit system, the state increased their quota on all their national forests and all their hunting areas. And I don't think putting a lottery is going to increase the numbers of our animals that are harvested because we're not even meeting a quota right now if there was a quota. There's very few moose that are taken. They're hard to get. I went out 4 or 5 times this year and I got a 0. And so I'm just dead set against this. And I think the natural resources biologists should provide the numbers to you guys to make a more informed decision on where they're getting their data to support their decision. And they should also include the state's data. So you guys can make a more uniform decision on these hunting regulations. And as far as that damn frog, is that an invasive species? Why is that even on the table? Has no significance to these tribes. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie.
Good afternoon. I'm reiterate what everyone else is saying about the cultural aspect, our religious aspect, because that's important to us as a people. And if we practice it and we're told to do something about a moose or something, we need to get it done because that's our life that we're trying to protect. And so when we're told, and then if we have a moose lottery or whatever, then that's going to impact us as a people. And as a government, I think you guys should have had a consultation with both elder committees before this got brought up. So we wouldn't, you know, this dialogue we're having today is great. And I hope you guys hear. But the other thing I think is really missing from this is natural resources, biology. They should have some kind of plan in place. Here's, you know, if they wanted this to go forward, what are they going to do to increase the moose population? The moose population, we don't really know if they're decreasing or if they're just moving out of the area because of the climate the way it is. I haven't seen one in the wild late, in a few years. But that doesn't tell me that they're not here anymore. I'm not in there every day like some people are. So I think you need to take that into consideration. What are we going to do to make sure the moose population stays here? And I know Oski brought up the beaver. There's a study someplace that they brought in the beavers back into the wild areas of the mountains, and the population of the moose, elk, and everything else came back to those areas that they didn't habitat there before. So we need to look at those kinds of things before we start trying to limit us in our hunting rights, because I don't want to lose it. And I'm like Joe Lewis, I have 0 at Ferry Basin, but I was lucky enough once to get the bull. And I didn't get one, but then I got into a wreck up there because it's a dangerous area. And I'm lucky to be here. Me and my son are lucky to be here. But those kinds of things happen. And if Ferry Basin is such a success, then why isn't it open again for the people to go up there without having to have that drawing anymore? But I think we as a government always need to think about, are the tribal members, our religious ceremonies, and what those kind of impacts you're trying to put, how is that going to affect our people, our cultural beliefs, and our sustainability and our food sovereignty. Thank you.
Question I'd like to ask, this document you guys are putting together, is it in a policy? Is it in a resolution? Or is it in an ordinance? Council?
The regulation.
Pardon?
Regulation.
Regulation. So is it bodied in a resolution or an ordinance?
It's part of the hunting regulations, so it's brought in as a document, and we have the hunting ordinance and the regulations. And I can put it up and if you want to look at it.
So just regulations, how do you have a right to enforce it?
I'll have Tony come up and answer.
I'm asking council. Council makes the final decision here.
It's kind of the way we've done it for Althea. I mean, Tony knows more about it than I do.
Now, I don't need Dan to answer, I need council to answer, because you guys are brought these situations and you gotta make a decision on it. To depend on what Dan over here, or Tony over here has to say is his opinion. What's your opinions as council members? And the reason I'm asking this is very important. Because if it's just a policy, it's not enforceable. If it's a resolution, it only lasts for a year, so it's still not enforceable. So if it's under an ordinance and a permit system, when you do that and give special privileges to the membership, that has to go to the membership for a vote. You can't do it on your own. And that's in our tribal constitution. And that's why I want an answer from council, not from Tony. He's not a councilman.
And it's part of our.
And I don't know if he knows that either.
Part of the 44D that's why we bring it forward every year.
Is that 44D an ordinance?
It is.
Okay. So I suggest that you guys go back and look, and when you start doing things like this, it's giving a special privilege to individuals. That has to be voted on by the membership to enact that ordinance. And so for how many years I've had this under 44D, it's been illegal. But more importantly, like I said before, quit weakening our treaty rights. Thank you.
Vern, I don't know if you had any more else, but if I can say a couple words, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you everybody for coming in today and voicing your issues, concerns, and your comments. This is exactly what we wanted to spark when we brought this proposed regulation into both culture committees, and then we brought it to council to let them know. We asked their permission, Wildlife came in and asked for permission to release this proposal to start the comment period. This is part of the comment period. I'm gonna ask Jen and Abby to have these, if we can get a recording of this meeting here, then I can bring this forward to the wildlife program as comments. We're gonna have more, this comment period still longer. The process of this is still to gather as many comments from all tribal members that we can. The first part of it was to go to the both culture committees, introduce it to you guys, start to get some comments, and then come into the comment period. So we plan on holding a public meeting at some point. I have to work with the wildlife program on when and where they're gonna hold that meeting based on the amount of attention and this proposed change is getting. It's probably gonna be at a larger venue such as Quatuckanock or something like that. But just to inform, I've worked with Vernon for many years now, and kind of what I'm trying to do now in my new role is bring in more of this process into some of these changes that we see as tribal organization or resource management. In forestry, we've got to the good point before I left there of bringing in a proposal to both culture committees and talking it out there of including you guys into the early planning stage and drafting the proposals. And then from there, after multiple meetings, usually we had a solid proposal that we would bring to council or bring to IDT team to say, this is what we think we want to do. This is where we want to go. Let's start the comment period. Let's start the analysis now. And then that way, when it comes to council, it's in uniform voice of both the culture committees of North and South, and with our resource managers. In my new role now, as I get to oversee a lot of and work with a lot of other natural resource departments, I'm starting to implement this process into their everyday, every year policy and document building. Starting this process with this moose hunt was one of the first ones to start with them. Instead of just bringing proposal to council, send it out for public comments and go from there, we wanted to make sure that we brought it to the culture committees at least to inform them of the type of change that's going to happen. In the future, what I would love to do coming forward the next few years, this next year, is these changes be brought to the culture committees, be brought to the council first in proposal form, vet it out there, talk it out. How is this affect? Come back in a month or for the next month or two, and then kind of get a solid proposal put together. So when council does see it, or we do put it out for public comment, it is one proposal that everybody's in agreement with moving forward. So again, this is why I like you guys expressing your comments and bringing them forward, because now we can use these as part of the process. So right now in the comment period, we get these comments back. We look at this, we look at what was proposed, And based on the comments we got, is what we propose really the right thing and what we really want to do? Is there gonna be some changes, altercations, or dropping of those proposals? And then we'll have to come back in and what I'm gonna have them do is come back in, go over those, bring them back to both culture committees and say, here's what we've heard, here's what we've changed, here's what we need to do. And discuss it with both culture committees there, and then bring it back to council after everyone's in agreement. So again, I just want to thank you guys for coming in. And we want to provide more opportunity for these type of comments moving forward, as I know that we do go to SQCC and KCC separately, but we don't get an opportunity to get to other tribal members, as they're working, they're busy, and so we want to hold public forums also to help include all tribal member input. So thanks, Vernon, for scheduling this, and I'll give it to you, and that's all I wanted to say, so. And if people had written down what they wanted to say today, I'll take those as comment too, and gather those, or Jen can, and we can make copies if you'd rather have that, so.
I didn't want to sit up at that table because I sit back there and that monitor like sits up here. So I'm like trying to see over it. But I just wanted to bring it back to culture and tradition and remind you to always look at the big picture. Because when I make a decision in my professional life or in my personal life, I always look at the big picture when I'm making that decision, because that ripple effect. Who am I affecting? How far is that going to go? So when I'm making a decision, I look at the big picture always. Always look at the big picture. And I tell people that all the time when I'm talking to them, is if you're making a big decision, no matter what it is, you need to look down the road and see who it's affecting and how long is that ripple effect going to go down the way. Who is it affecting? Because you're affecting those that are here, those that have left us, and those that are still traveling to be with us. Those are who you're affecting. So when you're making decisions like this, and you need to involve everybody. We all have a voice, we all have a concern, and we're important in your decision-making process because you're affecting us. So I just wanted to bring it back around to that and remind you that you need to look at the big picture always when you're making these decisions, and to take us into consideration. The animals were put here for a reason. They're here to protect us, and we're here to protect the land. And if you know the creation story in any way, shape, or form, that's where you need to bring it back to, is that creation story. And if you don't know it, if your department heads don't know what the creation story is, then somebody needs to educate them. People need to be educated because they're the ones that are making the decisions for us. And then we get brought in on the last part of it, and then they say, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. It shouldn't be that way. It's backwards. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Before you close, I just like, for the
Yeah, go ahead.
So I grew up, I'm also an Indian, not just a tribal member, I'm an Indian, and I grew up in an Indian family. And I think that's really important to understand who I am and to say I understand who you are too. And my grandma Madeline Finley was a hunter. And most of the food I grew up was because of hunters, because my dad was a hunter. And as a single woman, my son goes out and hunts for me, and other relatives hunt for me. So I understand the value of and importance of hunting and living that way. And I want to thank all of you who came in because that's how we make the best decisions possible, is when people are strong enough to speak up. And everybody I heard speak today was extremely thoughtful and spoke with a good, strong heart. And that helps us make the best decisions because I'm not up here making decisions for myself. I'm up here making decisions that are based on what the membership wants and how the membership feels. But I am personally not a hunter. I rely on other people to help me, my son and my other relatives. So I will study the ordinance more and the proposed changes. I will read up on those more, but this will help me tremendously to make my decision about that, to make sure that it represents what the people want and what they care about, because that's why I'm here. And so it helps me. And when people speak up, even if it's not what we want to hear, it's what we need to hear. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone else? Len? All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the council. First, let me thank each and every one of you for your comments. They were powerful, and I heard the message. I understand. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about what everybody said, and I remember before I even got on council here, I was really adamantly opposed to any kind of permit. Why they would give us a permit to hunt on our own land. And I still feel that way. But I understand why it's being done the way it's being done. It's just, don't agree with it, but I understand. And I just want to commend Tony. Tony, you've done a good job for making sure that the cultural values and all of our decisions, not just this one, but all of them. It's different. It's completely different now, and I think that's really important for the people to know that we are looking at it from a more cultural and traditional value. And I know Tony has gone out of his way to try to implement that, and he's done a good job, and I appreciate that. But I just I think today's meeting was very beneficial for all of us, and we need to do this more often. And you know, as before the meeting began, I was hoping that everybody understood that we have not made a decision yet. We wanted to make sure that we had adequate time for everybody to comment because of the proposed changes that they were asking us to vote on. So this is one of those issues that very sensitive to all of us, especially when it comes to our treaty rights. And I know there has been many occasions when we've been asked to allow a tribal member to that's requesting assistance from a non-member for hunting. And I've brought this up with council before that was a concern from both culture committees, and that's something that we need to look at again, because yes, it does threaten our treaty when we start doing things like that. And
I clearly understand that. So, once again, thank you all for, taking the time out of your day to come and make sure that we understand how you feel.
Thanks, Lynn. Jimmy?
Thank you, Secretary and Council, alumna to everybody. And, you know, I just wanted to say you brought up some really, really good points. Points that, you know, we as Indian people should never forget our culture, what we do, how we live our lives. You know, growing up, I had to laugh what Francis Holt said about fried potatoes and deer meat. That made me hungry. Took me back home. But you know, you think about it when we were kids, right across from Catherine Barnaby's grandma's place on Dirty Corner, across the railroad tracks, there never used to be any houses or anything out there. We hunted and we fished in that little creek that's across there every day. We'd bring back fish. We'd bring back whenever we could get a deer, we'd bring a deer back. But we grew up in that lifestyle. We never had a lot of money. We hunted, we fished, we did everything we could to help take care of the grandparents. And so, you know, as far as I can remember, back till I was 17, 18 years old, I never did get a permit for anything. I just hunted. I hunted because we needed it. Today, I agree, it's too restricted. I hear what Vernon said, I hear what Oskar said. We should just be able to hunt when we need it for our family. That's what we should need. I hear y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oski, I wanted to say thank you for that letter. It was very well thought out, and that was the first thing that we all got this morning was your letter. And I think it was pretty important the things that you said in there was a good reminder to remind all of us that, you know, those people, our tribal people that went to exercise their hunting rights over in the traditional area in Sealy, and they got hung. Just exercising their right to take care of their family and hunt in an Aboriginal area. And the sad thing is those people still live around us. That mindset is still around us. They just hide it. The other thing is, when I read that in there and when you talked about it, you know, we had this, my grandma Eileen, she died a few years ago, but she said, you know, when Lake County was created, it was never a friend of the tribes. From 1923 till when she died, and even till now, you know, they fought us because we wanted jurisdiction back over our people, and then they fought us. They're fighting us because they don't want our Indian people anymore. Fine, just get all of our people out of there is what I think. You know, I agree with Jimmy. I grew up, I never got a permit to go hunting. My grandpa's never talked about ever having to get a permit. They just brought us up. We usually went up Jocko, and that's where we went and hunted. We didn't have to get a permit. We didn't come up here and go up to NRD and get something and get a piece of paper to go hunt. We just went. And I think I hear that what you all are saying, that's, you know, you go up to hunt, you have that opportunity, that game presents itself, you take that opportunity. And in Mike's case, he had to have his wife steady herself on the truck, but you know, that's what happens is you take that opportunity, and I agree with you. It's just a good reminder of things that that I was taught. I don't talk about the things that I learned in my family because it's special to my family. There's things I just don't talk about, and I'm not going to talk about it here. I'll talk about it to our family. And there's aspects of our culture that's the way it is, and that's what you all are. That's what I'm hearing today. There's aspects of what you all do in your ways. There's aspects of what we do, even though I'm raised Salish, but I'm part Pend Oreille, I'm part Kootenai, I'm part Cree, I'm part of a bunch of things. English, Irish, French. But I was raised Salish. And I'm thinking of some elders that would be in here and talking to us. And I'm missing their voices. You know, Louise Stasso would come in and she'd point up at that picture up there of Lasso Stasso and she'd remind us. But, you know, he's gone, she's gone, and now it's up to, you know, our tribal folks like Oski to remind us, and you all. The other thing that I was busy writing down everything I could hear from everyone. One of the things that Oski brought up that kind of makes sense to me too is, you know, we put this out for 30-day comment, but then it says proposed is March 1st. So that just, yeah, I can see where that makes it seem like we just until then, but I feel like we can take comments until when everybody's had their chance to speak. That's the way I feel. If we have tribal members and it comes to the 1st of March and we haven't quite heard from everybody, then let's go till everyone has that chance. You know, because not everybody could be here. They're working and such. The other thing I appreciated is, you know, I don't know if our biologists go out into the field or not. That's a good point. You know, I appreciated that comment. You know, makes a lot of sense to me. In the helicopter, you can't quite see everything. But if you're out on the ground, you all that are in different areas that I don't go to, I'm usually down on the south end, mostly up in the Jocko and that area. But, you know, you talk about those areas, I can tell you, you know, what's going on there usually. The other thing that was said, you know, both the culture committees, you know, maybe we need to have both in a meeting, have us all together. I appreciated that was a good comment. You know, have us all culture committees get together in the council and talk and visit and discuss this. That makes sense. Because I know we did in the old days. You know, the elders always talked about both all the tribes getting together and gosh, they'd have, you know, celebration at Post Creek. They'd have celebration, you know, wherever, from house to house often. And I think it was good to hear, you know, the reminder that we need to hear what the committees and elders think. We have to. What would you say? It's not a need, it's a must. It has to be done. We have to hear all the voices. And let's see. I appreciated the comment that you know, the can't not always able to get all the things from all the different programs, but this could potentially take away that right to be able to go out and hunt. I hear that comment. I heard that. And I appreciated the comment too. And I think maybe Mike Kenmill might have made that, my people that raised me didn't necessarily have an education, but they had common sense. I appreciated that. Mike with that comment as well. And then, Francine had mentioned, you know, to make sure the elders committees have been heard. I appreciate that as well. And I think you're right. Maybe we need to have those department heads in and have that understanding of, you know, our cultural values. You know, we all know we have some staff that's SUAPI staff. You know, they don't know what different ones of us grew up with here. And the way I feel is, we're the only ones here, all of us, that can protect this land and protect the treaty rights. We can't rely on the federal government to do it. We can't rely on the state to do it. We can't rely on the county to do it. It takes you all and us to protect that treaty. And I appreciated the words that, you know, what were said about Pat Left Hand felt that we were, you know, in the past had punched a hole in a treaty, and that was hard to hear. You know, I took that to heart. And I feel with the regulations, I growing up as a kid, I didn't know there was any hunting regulations for tribal members. I don't think I knew it until I was in high school. I had no clue, never knew about it. My grandpas and elders never talked about it. We just went out and hunted and did it the way our elders taught us. I think that's what I'm hearing. That's what's ringing in my ears today. So Lam Lampshin, Hootsoot Kootenai, sorry for not doing that great with my Kootenai. I don't know that as much as I should, but thank you.
Hey, James?
Thank you, Secretary. You know, it's good to hear everything that was said here. Junior, what you said. Levi, what you said. Leonard, you know, what you said. And Francis, I forgot about you, but you know, all the things that were said by you is all correct. All correct what you said. You know, cultural values, always talked about our treaty rights, I talked about everything here that you said was all correct what you're talking about. You know, I hunt. I still hunt. I'm 76 years old. I killed 3 elk this year. Killed a bull and 2 cows. You know, and I enjoy hunting. I don't hunt any moose anymore. I quit hunting moose. The last moose I killed was on the power line up in the South Fork off the reservation. That was the last moose I killed. But after that one, I said, "Oh, I'm not going to kill any more moose. I'm done hunting moose." I seen moose up in Liberty Meadows. I seen a cow and 2 calves up there one day. I said, "Oh, they're populating again." And just like the lady here said the other day, the survey they did with the airplane and stuff, they didn't see any. I asked her if they went in the South Fork to see if they made a count up there, and she said, "No, we never got up there." So they don't know how many moose is up there. And we've seen moose over in Cabins Prairie, up there this fall. You know, and we hunted up there a lot this fall, and like you said, there's a lot of elk up there. I think we got 1 out of there this year. We killed 6 elk, me and my cousin and his daughter. We killed 6 elk this year up there, but we kill them. I killed one because I had to give one to another family. They wanted one. I got 2 boys, their children. Got a sick daughter. They all come down and help themselves with meat out of my freezer. Last year I donated to somebody that I didn't even know who I donated to because they took all my meat without me knowing. But that was like, hey, I guess they ate it, you know, and hopefully they enjoyed it. But I do hunt, you know, and I love hunting. I've hunted all my life. Ever since I was just a little kid, I was hunting. Go and jump on a horse, go up there and behind a house, go up there on a ditch bank, shoot a deer, throw it on a horse, go home. Dry meat. Whatever we had to do. But I hear you guys, you know, and when I was in a day later, was a ball game, and I got confronted about a lottery on this moose. I mean, what are you talking about? We didn't pass no lottery. We didn't talk about any lottery. Talked about the permit, the permit that you need to go get a moose. And that's been in effect for, I don't know how many years. I said, but nothing about no lottery. I said, elk, yeah. I said, they got a drawing for 30 permits every year for bulls. I said, last time I knew there was only 6 of them, and mine was number 6 that I took out of Ferry Basin. But I go up there every year and hunt, regardless, you know, if I don't get a permit, I still go up there and try to get me a cow. But you got to get out and walk those ridges to get them, you know, and that's where they stay, on those ridges. They don't stay by the road no more like they used to. But it's you know, it's good to hear all your I don't want to say complaints, but all your issues that you have with this. It's good to hear all this. And I wish we had our department heads in here to hear it too. You know, it'd be good to have wildlife in here, fish and game in here to hear all this, because when they come in and talked to us last week, I think last week, about their moose and what their save rate was and whatnot, you know, I just, well, how do you know if you did one flyover and not see any moose at all? And you're telling us that there is no moose, but I know better. I asked them if they seen moose, if they went to the South Fork. He said no. I asked them if they went to Valley Creek. He said no. And there's moose in both places. You know, I just don't see where they get all their information from, you know. I mean, somebody already said about an airplane flying over, making a couple passes here and there and not getting anything, not seeing anything. So we got, all of a sudden, we don't have any moose on the reservation. And that's BS. And everywhere you go, like I mentioned, from Camas Prairie all the way back down into the behind Lozo up there and stuff. Moose all over. But you got to get out and you got to hunt them. I have deer come right in my yard. I got bear coming in my yard all the time. I don't shoot them. I haven't shot a deer in I don't know how many years. We just shoot elk. But it just, I guess because I don't shoot deers because they're right there in my yard. I don't want to shoot them. You know, there's nice bucks coming here. I live up with Shalai and there's deer up there all the time. We have elk come down sometimes, but when they come down, it's the wrong time of year to shoot them. But you know, it's just, I don't know. I just don't shoot deer anymore. My boys shoot one once in a while, and they dry it, and that's the only reason they shoot them is because they dry the meat. We have dry meat. But, you know, I'm just glad to hear what everybody had to say about this issue. And now I believe all of us are here that will think about this and talk this over before anything we can do with this thing. I want to thank you all for coming. I really do. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bing. Thank you all for coming in. You know, I think that our
indigenous knowledge is a lot stronger than, you know, our biologists sometimes, you know, the things that, you know, I think the first time that she came in, Bing and I were talking about that as far as what he sees up there. You know, Oski's in the woods more than they are. Like, you know, indigenous knowledge is, you know, the beaver, knowing that the beavers help the moose, and the reason why the moose are gone are depleting is partly because of the wolves and the lack of habitat and the lack of snow, because they don't have a place to, you know, to kind of hide from the wolves. And it's those chain reactions that we have. And so, you know, I don't think that anything that was said today was not heard by us. I was on, I apologize. I left my meeting early and got down here as soon as I could. So, you know, we will, you know, these are recommendations. And again, it's the same thing with the last time that this happened, that, you know, people didn't know about these comment periods and all these things. And this is a great forum to come in, but we need more input from our membership. You know, I know that, you know, it's been said that people like elders don't come in here anymore because we don't listen to them. And that's not the case with at least me, you know. And Vernon and I have talked about doing cultural training for, you know, all staff, you know, starting here with us, because, you know, if we don't know what you guys are talking about, or your teachings or the teachings from your elders, then we're never going to know. We're going to make poor decisions, and we're not going to make informed decisions. And so, you know, those are things that, especially like our biologists, who, you know, a lot of times honestly aren't always native or tribal, and they don't know what they don't know. And until we teach them and really embrace them into the tribal kind of community, at least with some of the knowledge that we have, they are going to rely on these other Western forms of data gathering and those type of things. And that's helpful for numbers, but it's not really the truth. You know, obviously, you know, what is seen on the ground, boots on the ground, are probably the most important things. And so I appreciate you guys coming in. We'll, you know, take everything under consideration. We have the recording. I'll go back and look at it. The part that I missed, the first about half hour. And again, I apologize for not being on right away. So with that, Vernon.
Sukasukne, lamb lunch. Yeah, you know, appreciate today, you know, because when it was brought to us, the first thing that occurred to me was the way Tony did forestry. Old school forestry used to go and make all their plans and then come to the culture committee at the very end, right before council, and tell us what they were going to do. And Tony, when he took over forestry, kind of turned that around. And the first couple of times it happened that way, to where he got it turned around to where he put a stop to what they thought they were going to do because the elders objected to it. They put a stop to it and then said, all right, let's go back and let's start from the beginning. And so the model that he was using was, in the beginning of the conversation, in the beginning of making the plans, let's go talk to the culture committees, and then have them help us to formulate this plan, like he was saying. And it was really good to see him raised to his level of administration, because then he had more departments in order to start doing that process. And I appreciated that it was mentioned about the meetings that, you know, used to take place with the elders and the council. There was a monthly meeting that happened, and would really like to see that, you know, reinstated again, because I know
sometimes, you know, in the past, it got pretty uncomfortable because an issue would come up that was very dear to people's hearts, and then the views were expressed out of anger. And so when you come in and stomp on somebody's toes, it's pretty hard to convince them, especially if they're the decision maker, to kind of go your way. And so we've had a lot of internal discussions to where we disagree with one another, and the disagreements, we've worked out how we can disagree in a good way. And so, and you've seen a lot of that today. You know, there was two things that I took out of today. Was one, the cultural perspective, the spiritual perspective of what they were talking about with the hunting. The other part of it was the treaty. You know, as a tribe, we recognize and we say all the time how important the culture is to our daily lives and our decision making. That's easy to make it look that way with an opening prayer. You know, that's the easy part. But the tough part comes in when we have to make the actual decision, when we're going to do something that supports that cultural worldview, that spiritual worldview. You know, that whenever an issue comes up that where those things are confronted, coming into conflict with one another, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where we have to say, okay, that might make sense from your Western perspective, but from a traditional spiritual cultural perspective, it doesn't. So we're going to go with tradition. You know, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where you actually do something that supports that opening prayer. You know, so and as far as, you know, the other part being here with the treaty rights, you know, in the past it has been, we've sat back there and we've watched and we say, you know, dang, you know, 1855 was a tough time for our sovereignty because of the position we put in with signing a treaty. But the very most significant part of that treaty from a cultural perspective was Aboriginal hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. When that was put in there throughout all of our Aboriginal territory, when that clause is put in there, that was the biggest help to the traditional culture. And so enforcing that and reinforcing it and carrying that forward for our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, that's critical. And when we do things, when our tribal government does things that limit that to ourselves, that's a stab in the heart. That's about as hurtful as we could get. You know, it's tough. You know, when we just look at that and we realize that you know, imagine the helplessness of that we're doing that to ourselves, when in actuality that whole negotiation at 1855 and establishing that in the first place, that's something that we should be fighting for, to maintain all of it, not something to be handed up freely. When our attorneys come in and say, well, we'd better not fight that battle because we might lose. Some things, it's better to fight and lose than not to fight at all. No. I don't regret the black eyes or my teeth getting knocked out when I lost. When I didn't stand up, that's the one that I regret. And that's where, as a tribe, we should be positioning ourselves. And our attorneys, we have probably the most extensive and best attorneys in Indian country. We need to be putting into their heads, you know, we have these rights. This is going to be our position. We're going to actually act sovereign here. And we want you to defend that sovereignty. We want you to be prepared to fight for it. We don't care if we lose it, but by God, we want you to put up the best fight possible. Don't come to us with a suggestion of not fighting because we might lose. That's not the position we should be in as a tribe. Just, that's my own 2 bits worth on that part. The process that I was talking about with coming to us in the beginning, coming to both culture committees in the beginning to formulate plans. Forestry is there. Forestry is there with that process. When they started to move forward with anything, they sit down with us and were included in the conversation right from the beginning. Other department, that needs to be a model for all of our tribal departments to do. If you're going to start plans on something, then bring in the culture committees and to formulate those plans and to come up with the best plan possible to bring forward. Because we would come in here and be this way and support something that had gone through the process of getting our agreement and coming up with something, we'd be right there with them. Rather, we'd prefer that method rather than coming in here to try to ask you not to do something that one of our departments wants to do. We would prefer it, to be in unison with them. So encouraging all of our tribal departments to do that, if you're planning a project, work with the culture committees to make sure you're not violating any of these cultural values, any of these spiritual values in particular. And then that's when, as a tribe, we will start to be doing more than opening prayers. We'll actually be doing it. I was, I initially was hoping that all 10, would be here and understand. I mean, because I was there too, so I know that you have things come up that, it's pretty rare that you can have all 10. But I appreciate the time and the attention that each of you took. And I thank Junior for the question of wanting to hear each of your views too, because you telling us back what you heard, that's confirming. That's very helpful, and thank you very much. So, with that, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to hear us today, and we wanted to come in during the comment period rather than writing down a note and handing it in with a piece of paper and the rest of it. This is the comment period. This is the way comment periods should be done. I think this is Indian way of doing a comment period rather than a written thing that's brought into you. So thank you guys very much for your attention today. And I want to thank everybody who took the time out of their lives to come in and to take part in this. I invited them. I told them I was going to come in and do this, but I invited them to, if they wanted to. And they all came. Thank you all for your attention today.
Thanks, Brennan. Thank everyone else for coming in. Anything else?
On our chairman, Dolson, I would have liked it if he would have been here. This is his second term. First time he ran for tribal council, he said he'd never come to Elmo. I want you guys to ask him when he's going to come to Elmo as our chief. To me, that tells me he don't give a darn about us down there. He made that statement 8 years ago. Hey.
All right, thing with the motion to adjourn.